District attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. Before any trial has occurred, he announced the defendant's theory of the case is a desperate attempt to reassign guilt. That is outrageous. We are outraged. He provided a false notice of discovery, claiming he did not know. We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. District attorney went off the rails. Innocent until proven guilty. Never came out of his mouth. That is outrageous. We are outraged. Be provided a false notice of discovery, claiming he did not know. We now know that was a lie. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged. This court should be outraged. Everyone should be outraged. Outraged. That is outrageous. We are outraged.
Are we all suitably outraged? I hope so. I am. I could not believe Brennan had to have another freaking cry. But what annoys me about it is that he's like, I still suspect, but you can't make those allegations on I suspect. You need freaking evidence. And what did he get? Yesterday he got no evidence of anything, except that ARCA's not required to store their communications, their work product communications with clients. So neither are defense. They're not required to turn over their work product communications with their experts. So weird that he still tried though. But anyway, looks like Judge Bev came to the right decision, eh? We knew she was gonna. I kept saying she was gonna. She has no choice. She was backed in a corner. And you could tell because Alessi was doing the arguing in with the motion. You could tell that it was going to be an issue. She's worked it out. She knows when Alessi's arguing, it's going to be an issue. It's going to be, I'm appealing this, interlocutory or not. So, and that's going to hold up the court. Court gets cancelled if they have a reason to file an interlocutory appeal. She knew that. We all know that because we knew that that's what Alessi was there for, right? So, yeah, turns out I was right. So, she literally has absolutely no reason to do it. And Brennan didn't turn up any reasons. Had he used their deleted communications as a reason, that would have probably been enough for an interlocutory appeal to stop the court trial until the appeals court said whether or not they'll hear it. But it probably wouldn't have been enough to get them to hear it, but it would have been enough to stop the trial because it's work product. They can't demand work product. Even the state saying we demand work product from the DOJ, it's still work product. You cannot do that. So that was neat, seeing Judge Bev actually do that. That was a good thing. Now I have some stuff to show you. That I thought was good. So everyone was asking, let me go to our share screen and share the right screen. This one here.
To the trial, when I give you your instructions,
Whoops, hang on. We're going to do a few things here. Oops, adjust the volume. Good. So everyone was asking about The Rock. What's going on with The Rock? Let me say hello to everybody before I play it. Prince, thanks for joining us. Colin, Kerry, of course, Supermod. Spacey Stacy, F-bombs, how's it going? All right. I think that's all I'm seeing so far. Let me just have a look over here to make sure I'm not missing any. Hang on. Yep, I got you all. Cool. So about that rock. Judge Bev says, don't worry about that rock.
at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just something, a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn.
An object, like a rock.
If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th of 2022.
So there you go. The rock was not there in January 2022. The rock was just a stone's throw away. Indeed, Kev. So to be fair, she said they stipulated to it. Right. She didn't go, oh my God, I've got grave concerns, right? So yeah, it was low, but it's as high as I could turn it up. Unfortunately, it just was recorded that low by Justice Served. So I maybe could have got a better version of it, but that's basically what she said. Just disregard the rock, jury. The rock wasn't there in January. No grave concerns. So it wasn't ducks, exactly. No ducks. Who gives a duck in Bev's court? Who gives a duck? All right. So who was up first today? It was Whiffen. Whiffen was up first today. So there's so many freaking holes in his story. Like, we went through some of the tech yesterday. How wrong he is with some of the tech yesterday. And that's up next. But here's the thing about why he's so wrong with the text. With the tech, it's because he's got no fucking experience. He has no idea what the hell he's doing. I mean, the fact that he put out his software and it was actually treated as malware by Windows, that was pretty funny. Like, that's just to demonstrate he obviously doesn't know what he's doing. If I had to guess, I would say he probably hired someone to do it. But anyway, this is just last year's testimony.
With regard
where he's asked about his experience by Lally. So that's what this little clip is,
to
basically.
your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite coursework since joining Cellbrite, but other than the 3-week course in Ottawa and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
So essentially, you're not an expert. You're a Cellbrite trained user, but you're not an expert. So, notice how the defense team didn't jump up and down for a Dalbert Lanigan.
Starting sort of with your undergraduate work, what, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive then?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK.
Starting sort of with your undergraduate work, what, if any...
There you go. He's got no degrees. He's got no college degree. He's got no advanced degrees. He's got no certifications. And when he was a cop, he was only a traffic cop. He was a traffic guard, not necessarily a cop. So there you go. That's why half his shit don't add up. Right? Nexus Lexus, thanks for joining us. How's it going? So yeah, interesting. Yes, indeed, Nightbot. Dun dun dun. Yeah. So there's that. Whiffen has no experience. Wow. So onto what else did I have? I need to actually go to my own post to see what I was complaining about with Whiffen today. I moaned a lot about Whiffen today. Moan. Or maybe I didn't. Oh yeah, that was interesting. Jen took the stand at 2:27 today. She was sworn in at 2:27, and it's interesting because when I heard that, it was actually Tommy that said it, and because he's local, I took his word for it. But then Aidan Carney also confirmed it, so confirmed. Jen McCabe took the stand at 2:27. So interesting, right? So this one here, Olivia always coming in with the goods. So let's have a listen to the snippet first.
However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction hash value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded
Took him a few goes.
that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct, they were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report, to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication, but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't know.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Bloody awesome. Bloody awesome. I've lost my tab. Here we go. Now, what Olivia says about this is that Attorney Alessi just asked Ian Whiffen about hash values and how they're necessary for authenticating a cell phone data extraction to verify its integrity when conducting forensic analysis, in addition to not being able to verify the hash on Jen McCabe's phone. extraction for his analysis at the first trial, because that's what he said at the first trial. Whiffen also confirmed he still had an unsigned hash value for the extraction, doesn't know the chain of custody for Jen's phone, and can't guarantee the hash value authentication or whether the extraction's been tampered with. So we talked a lot about hash verification and that this is the, fingerprint for the file. Anything gets changed in that file, any single file in that file gets changed, its hash value gets changed, and then that changes the overarching zip file that it lives in, its hash value also gets changed. But when you've got an unsigned hash value, that basically means it wasn't generated, to the hash value he was given wasn't cryptographically signed by the software that extracted it. So if you extracted it with Cellbrite, that's the software that would cryptographically sign it. And then you would see that it was cryptographically signed by Cellbrite. If it was Axiom, then you would see it was cryptographically signed by Axiom. So what he's saying is that he didn't get any cryptographically signed verification. So it essentially means it lacks a digital certificate or a signature key. So, with a car, you've only got one set of keys that fit the ignition. It's the same thing. So essentially that's what he admitted to on the stand. I don't know that the jury is going to understand that. But what they did here is him sort of saying, it's not really verified. It's not really, as Olivia says, he can't really guarantee anything about that cell phone extraction being legit. And that goes for John's phone, because his phone was handed over on a thumb drive, and he wasn't given any verification for that thumb drive data. So the phone data, he was trying to cover it up by saying that he downloaded it off the Cellbrite cloud, but it wasn't extracted using Cellbrite. So he doesn't even know if he got a verified copy of the Cellbrite cloud. So that was very interesting that they got him to admit to that poop. I think she made a couple of points today too that are worth looking at. That's about, yes. We'll move on from there. Right, we've got the hash values. She's correcting his English because he's speaking the Queen's English and says the data is. She's like, the data are. I make that same mistake. I say is as well. Ian Whiffen just confirmed what I've been tweeting and shouting for over a year. While a cell phone GPS location data can be accurate, it doesn't process nearly enough precision. So this is really interesting because what he did show you was he showed a whole bunch of, I'll see if I can find it. He showed a whole bunch of GPS coordinates from John's phone. The GPS coordinates didn't change. They were all the same. I think he showed like 10 records with the GPS longitude and latitude were pretty much the same across the entire set. But what was changing was the last column, and the last column was accuracy. And it went from 28 meters accuracy, the longer the phone was still for, it got more and more and more accurate down to 7 meters accuracy. He conflated that to mean that it could have been anywhere inside of a 28-meter circle. But that's not what the data was saying. The data was saying the phone didn't move, and because the phone didn't move, the accuracy increased down to 7 meters. That would be this picture. Did I show this one? I did this one. Let's go to this screen. Hang on. That would be... it must be already on there. Hang on. Wait, where's that picture? That would be this picture. He showed a table just before this that didn't change the longitude and latitude, which is that dot right in the center. So when the phone first got there, the accuracy was out here in this circle. He's 18 meters. Oh, he's doing it all in meters. Out here in this circle, and look, it overlaps like half the house where John entered. But as the phone was still, the longer it was still for, it got more and more accurate into this circle. So if it had moved, you might have seen a third circle sort of somewhere around here where it said we're still not quite accurate because it's moved. But that circle there shows the accuracy of where the phone was after John was incapacitated. We're not surprised it's out here after John was incapacitated. How about you show us at like 24, at 24 past midnight, when he was over here? How about that one? But no, obviously he's cherry picking. And see, that's why I don't believe that he's just not educated enough to understand the lies that he's telling here. That's not what's going on. He is actually educated enough in the software, or he's at least consulted with someone at his firm to make up these stories. So to know that that's accuracy getting increased when you see the numbers go from 18 meters down to 7 meters, to know that that's accuracy increasing, so there's more of a chance that that phone was inside the 7-meter circle than it was out there in the 18-meter circle. He left that out. So to me, that's deliberate I can't even say the freaking word now. Obfuscation. That's deliberate. Free beer? Who's doing free beer? I'm buying. So yeah, Cornpote's still catching up. It's wild. It's all wild, right? The flaming great galah. I think it was important, but the jury doesn't understand that 7 meters was actually being more accurate. Hopefully the jury understands that this was after John was incapacitated. I do believe there's more testimony coming up. It's going to sound, this is what I don't want you all to lose faith in. It's going to sound really messy and all over the shop while we're going through impeaching the Commonwealth witnesses, because they made it messy. They frigged around with the data. They made this story messy. They had to get all the testimony straight. They made it messy. So it's going to be messy. But once we get to the defense's case in chief, it's all going to come together. And remember, what's the last thing the jury's going to hear? The defense's case in chief. So I know there's a lot of things that are going to be covered in the defense's case in chief that were not covered in the last trial, that haven't even been mentioned during pretrial motions. Some of it was hinted on in opening statements. So there's more going to come out that's going to verify that this was after John was incapacitated. Facts Aussie. Whiff's report was a story for a specific narrative and a lessee tore it apart. Indeed. So him saying to Brennan, no, I wasn't told what story I had to come up with, that's bullshit. Because the data isn't saying what he's saying it's saying. He was told what narrative he had to support. Abso-freaking-lutely lied through his teeth. So, did you see that demo Ian Whiffen did as a software developer? Hi Brian, by the way, thanks for joining us. Who works with fourth biggest database in the USA? I was absolutely disgusted. It is just a deliberate misrepresentation. Indeed, Brian. Brian, I am also a database software developer, and I agree with you. I concur 1,000%. So there's a point where you could go, oh, well, he's not really educated, doesn't really know what he's talking about. When you see deliberate misrepresentations like this and the data that he did to pull, I don't think it was this that he pulled it. It was after this. I don't have it I don't have it clocked up here, but maybe Kev can find it for me. The last thing he did on the screen with Brennan before Alessi jumped back up again. So I feel so gaslit. I don't blame you. Thanks, Kev. I don't blame you. I feel so gaslit by the Commonwealth, like everything they accuse the defence of is really just something they are doing or have done. Right, but that's how abusers work, right? People who are abusers turn everything around on the victim. And then the judge yells at the defence and says nothing to Commonwealth, right? That's how abusers work. So, right, everything is projection and confession. That's how abusers work. Very true. And to assume people are operating with intent, assumed people are dumb excuses, depraved actions, right? It's to cover their stupid ass actions. Just Me says, I think we've just got his last payment. I don't know. I actually do believe that Celebrate like them doing this because they have billion-dollar contracts with governments and military all over the world. So I think this is precisely what Celebrate want him to do. Imagine selectively picking the data out of records. Exactly, Brian. Just show us all the freaking data. Stop cherry picking and only showing us bits of data or your own like pretend tables to show us what you think's happening. How about you just show us the data and show us the data all together in order, like the car door open, the phone ping, the Bluetooth disconnected. Show us everything together on one spreadsheet. At the Kevin, I might be. It's going to be hard for me to explain this. We had Brennan do the so hang on, wait. We opened up today with Whiffen being questioned by who? Who was it earlier today? First thing this morning. Then after that, Alessi crossed him. Okay, so it was Alessi's cross, right? After Alessi crossed him, Brennan got back up with a big monologue. Right at the end of that monologue, Whiffen did a demonstration straight from his laptop using his own software and even plugged his own software. That demonstration. I forget why we're even looking for it now. Thanks, Kev. All right. Hang on, let's go back. Why were we looking for that? Brian, something Brian said, right? The demo Ian with, I'll leave that up on the screen for a second. Deliberate misrepresentation using his own software. You know why he used his own software? Because the Celebrate software wouldn't do it, right? So I don't think I was paying attention when it came up, so I missed the demonstration. So I sounded really funny. Wait, Just Me Gaming. Not really nobody, but a few KR supporters care about that. No, they won't be credible after today. Liz, thanks for becoming a member. The Ron Poopule of phone data. Yep. God, you got to save some of these F-bombs for a bit later so that we can add them to the bot. So yeah, that's basically what was going on there. Making a distinction between, hang on, let me get back to Olivia's post now. Making the distinction between the device's actual location and the front garden is impossible. That was in Whiffen's report. Being able to distinguish the difference between John's phone being inside the house or potentially feet away on the front lawn, particularly given the various sources of interference with the signal strength, i.e. Doppler, of the iPhones, a GPS hybrid system which sources location data using hybrid satellite, cellular and Wi-Fi data, is simply impossible. Whiffen's words, not mine, and they were his words, indeed. So Brennan actually started opening statements saying the data will prove XYZ, and the data is not going to prove it at all because we've been saying it's not going to prove it. The weak cellular signal at 34 Fairview was combined by Brian Albert at the first trial, confirmed, by BA, when he described his house party as being a dead zone, or his house or property being a dead zone. This was further corroborated by defense expert Richard Green's report showing that the signal or accuracy improved greatly when Jen McCabe's phone left or was leaving 34 Fairview. Other contributing factors, this girl's got a memory like I could only bloody wish for. She can remember all this stuff off the top of her head. I need to go back and look at everything again and compare every word to come to these conclusions. But Olivia's just off the top of her head, hey, that's not what they said. Other contributing factors that were at play that night and would have greatly diminished the accuracy of GPS location data include the overhead storm front from the blizzard, the structures like houses and trees, particularly when entering inside of them, thereby directly obstructing the satellite signal, like the basement, for example. Never will you find an honest investigation in the murder of a police officer, or anyone for that matter, where investigators choose to limit the location data they use to exclude or narrow the area or scope of this search. Bingo. John's phone location data always showed he was or could have been inside that house. These conflicted investigators chose to look only at the parts of the data, cherry pick, that confirmed their bias, rather than pursue the truth. And she's absolutely dead spot on. Did we play this? What he said? I don't know if we played it. Kev's looking up a bit of that video for me. Before I play it, you should watch it and break it down for us technically. All right, it's coming. It's on its way. Kev's just chasing the timestamp down for me. When you change the software because you don't like the data, you're the problem. Exactly, Brian. Okay, hard to give an exact timestamp as she is still live. Brennan gets back approximately 5:25. Thank you. Oh my God, we got ads. Let's get past the ads. Where are you? Where are you? Let me see who this is. Ended up not being a quick sidebar, so it's just before that. Guys, I'm still scanning.
Over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
Somewhere here.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't know.
Hello, do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this
Exactly.
healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
So it moved four
And after
times
that
less
starts moving
long
It actually
wherever the
is
phone
reading
may go,
this.
after it was in
it starts
Terry's
getting
pocket
warmer temperature.
than before it was under
Correct.
John. Intriguing theory there, Mr. Brennan.
A degree of certainty based on the
Reasonable
randomness
degree
of
of
the location
certainty.
data.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffen. Could we turn the AC off, please?
Uh-oh. Speak up or the AC gets it.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Someone
Register?
pulls his
Oh, yes.
laptop out.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
God, I hate this cameraman. I really just want to slap him.
Right, that's better, thank you.
It actually is radius.
On examination,
Strong leg.
you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes,
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
correct.
At 12:14:36,
I'll explain to you why it's radius when I find the spot that I'm after. Or I could probably just go back to this one. Hang on. I'll explain to you why it's radius. It's because that's your center point where the phone is by longitude and latitude. And the accuracy is this part here. That's radius. So it's not diameter. But I think he actually got it. Go to negative 327. Whoops, hang on. Oh, shit, I lost what screen I was on. Hang on.
The reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
if I could go back to in the circles that represent.
I wanted to show you this data
Within that
first.
same,
Bam. There's the data. So longitude and latitude stayed the same all the way through. That means the phone's not moving. What's changing is the accuracy of the sensors. So the longer the phone is still for, the accuracy is getting more and more precise, down to 0.38. It was 7 meters accuracy. But that's not what he says.
8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation according to the data than the 43 meters would be.
Now show us on your diagram.
And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes
This
in
chalk.
location data, but
It's
the
gonna be like,
item
what's a chalk?
can remain dormant?
Yep, that was misleading. So he did say it, but then he doesn't show it in his diagram. Sorry. This is just before he is done. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I'm still getting there. I'm still trying to find the spot. We'll get there. But I did want to show you that data. Here you're talking about, right? Here. This is what he's talking about.
Connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device, I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffen, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I
to
can try to.
have a larger view of what's up there.
I'm gonna see if I can turn off the closed captions just for this
Does that
part,
impact your
so it's
demonstration
not in
any
not
way?
in our way.
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has
tab
two
ID?
records. I'm just going
What
to
was
ask
the
that you
tab
ignore those
ID?
for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto
So you
the
can
phone
delete them.
itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can.
Okay, wait a second, because something came up about that as well. Wait 1 second. Let me just pause for 1 second. Because I know it was in a reply. Let me find it for you. Yes, this one. This one. Oops. This one. Come on. Look. He's using an iPhone X in this demonstration. 15.2.1 was the software version, but now he's using an iPhone X. What we know about Jen's phone is it was an iPhone 11, not an iPhone X. The reason I bring that up is because even this little demonstration that he did here is not comparable to the iPhone 11. So let's go. Let me go to my notes on this. All right, so the iPhone X uses an A11 Bionic chip. The iPhone 11 uses an A13 chip. Significantly different architecture, especially in how the sensors are managed on one in a secure enclave and power handling. That's in the 11. This was all significantly changed as well in later models from 11. The true depth sensor array, which is what he's trying to say was covered because the front-facing camera was covered, it was updated between iPhone X and iPhone 11, changing the front-facing camera behavior and the Face ID logic. And the power-saving heuristics is also different, which controls things like sensor polling or queries. They're not identical between the devices either. So the iOS 15 software version is an early build for 2022. Apple's changing things between those versions depending on what phone it's installed on. So it's not just 15.2.1 is the same on every single phone. It depends on which phone it's installed on as to how those sensors actually work and operate. So the fact that he did this very demonstration not on an iPhone 11 makes no. She had software 15, but she had an actual iPhone 11. So you know how your software updates when you buy. She bought an iPhone 11, which was probably shipped with iPhone 11, iOS 11, but then your phone updates over time. So by 2022, she was up to software version 15. But it says on all of her extraction records, it's an iPhone 11 model. But the software is 15.1 2.1. So yeah, that was another interesting point that Matt Kabaki made. So he's also an investigator. So he's saying Model X. He said, I'm not an expert, but surely there's differences in code and hardware between the two. I'll assume SQLite is impacted in some way, and he's exactly right. But most importantly, a live reading of data using his own software. Pretty much all systems now are slow and require decryption. And Apple, how friendly are they with third-party software? Spoiler alert, that's rhetorical. This demo screams issues, but I could be wrong. And yeah, you're absolutely right. If anyone is knowledgeable on this, I would love to hear. After the last 2 days, I can see there being some interesting arguments on any cases in my office, seeing how often we use this software. So interesting, right? Let's go back to what he's saying anyway, to just so that you're following what he did here. He set up a demo and it wasn't even on Jen's phone model. So share this tab.
You can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made. And I'm going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted.
We still don't have it here.
Take the time to do another little search and just do 1411x.
Yes, Brian. It changes.
Reload the page again.
Between versions.
Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record. And I can do a further search for now 1412.
He's trying hard to trigger it.
I can reload
the
page.
In any software.
Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that.
Now it will update the table, because that's the way his software works.
Tab is now closed.
That's the way his software does it.
Over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately.
Dude, that's your software polling saying not to get the record yet. I don't think that that's literally in the phone. I don't think he's even got a phone actually hooked up right now. I think he's using a what's it called? I can't think of what is it I'm trying to say, Brian. He's using a software version of a phone. He literally doesn't have a phone plugged in there. So any note that he did previously run on the 27th. Exactly. Exactly. So let's go and listen a little further.
And tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412.
Yeah,
That's the last
ID.
item that I searched for.
There's also a tab ID, which we can't see here.
You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
Here's a question. If you told Cellbrite that they have to stop showing this last viewed time because it's confusing people, why does your software show it? If it's confusing, then why would your software have it, but Cellbrite doesn't?
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time. Clear.
Okay, let me just clear this up for you. Google runs on Safari. Google is the search engine. Safari is the browser. Don't get them confused. I'm running a Chrome browser and I can search Google with it. I can open up my Windows Surface Pro and use Edge as the browser and still search Google. So don't get them mixed up. The browser is the thing that you use to look at the internet, and the Google is the search engine that you're using to search the internet. Two different things. So he didn't compare apples. He hasn't compared anything that's apples and apples, to be honest. So emulator, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. He's using a phone emulator, not actual phone, in this demonstration, and it's an iPhone X emulator. So surely you would update the Celebrite software to show these results rather than create a new app. You would think so, wouldn't you? Do I think consistency matters with these people? Nah. Depends what story they're telling. If they're trying to put you in jail, they're just going to pretend they've got consistency where they don't. So it was a Google-powered search, correct, F-bomb, using the Safari browser, which is the default internet app on all Apple devices. So it's even default here on my laptop. I just don't use it. So Google does make a browser called Chrome, correct, and it will be the default search engine when you install Chrome. So it's embarrassing that I need to explain this. I don't know. You know, there's non-tech people out there that need it explained to them, but you know, Whiffen shouldn't need this explained to him. You're right.
It really has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove.
What I'm waiting for is for him to scroll to the right and then back to the left and show us where the tab ID is, because there's a column missing here, and that's the tab ID.
That that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Celebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Yeah, because you told him to.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner
So unreliable.
simply made a report from
So unreliable that you put it in your software. That's how unreliable it is.
Axiom, a Celebrite, or another software, but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Celebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom, because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the testimony. Now, hit us with what your thoughts were on that, Brian, because I had 1,000 billion trillion thoughts that went through my head. But the main thing I was looking for is, where's the tab ID column? There's a tab ID column, right? So if we go back to Richard Green's testimony last year, he shows us, his newest report for this testimony that he's going to give in the defense's case in chief. In his report, he shows us that they're two different tab IDs. So if what Whiffen is saying is correct, why not show us the tab IDs? What Whiffen is saying to the jury is browsing history will only show the last page you went to. So before you close your browser, Google church hours. Right. That's what he's saying. But it wasn't found in the browser DB. It was found in a temporary WAR file before it gets committed to the browsing history. But he's showing you there not the temporary WAR file. He's showing you the browsing history. So again, he's not showing us apples and apples. He's showing us what would have happened to that record that Green found in the WAR file if it was committed to the browsing history. So what's happening in the browsing history SQL is different to what's going to be happening in the browsing. Sorry, what's happening in the the WAR file where they found the fragment is different to what's happening at the browser history database, because that's where it's going to be pushed to when it's committed. Can you screenshot it before they zoom in? Not sure if it was on the screen before Bev made them zoom in. No, it wasn't on the screen before Bev made them zoom in, but we'll go back and have a look. Let's have another look before he zooms in. It's just after that. So here he's in his software. So I'll just turn the volume down for this one. So he's showing you how his software works. iPhone X. Yes, we know you're going to give it away for free to everybody. Blah, blah, blah. See all the different tables? They didn't find it in Browser History DB, I don't think. I think they found it in a different database. I could be wrong, actually. I need to go back and look at friggin' the documents again. It's misleading for sure. Knowledge C, thank you. That's where I think they found it, not in the browser database. Yeah, so there's no tab ID showing here. But the tab ID is actually important, because see how there's that user, see there's that UUID there? That's like the record number in SQL. And it creates it's the same way we create hashes. It's a big long number so that they can't clash with each other, so everyone's unique. So that's what that stands for, unique user ID. So you get a unique ID for each tab, but you also get a tab which is numbered uniquely as well, so that you can do different types of searches. You can do a search on the UUID, which might be attached to a bunch of records involved with what you were doing at that URL, what you followed, what links you followed, stuff like that. Whereas the tab ID will link it to different types of information. There's ways to group the information when you use a primary ID like this. It's to link different tables of information together into a sequence. It's called relationships, I guess, or relational dataships, relational databases. They relate to each other because they have an ID or a primary ID or a key column that links them together. Thank you. He writes it in like half a sentence. Takes me a whole paragraph. So, oh, you're right. Universally unique, not user. You're right. I'm getting all my words mixed up today. It did nothing for the jury but confuse them, right? And the fact that we're going through it, like we've got a couple of, tech heads in the chat who understand what's going on here. That's no help whatsoever to the jury, is it? So I'm sorry that the full data ships, I know. I'm sorry that the words fall out of my head when we're live. This is why I pre-record shit. So when a word falls out of my head, I can actually press the pause button and go, all right, I know the word that I'm thinking of, but because I'm live or recording, it's not on my tongue. Happens to me a lot, but I'm glad to have the chat help me fill in that stuff, which is also why I do more pre-records than live streams, guys. An interesting new mode of transportation. So no worries, Iris. Thanks for joining us. Put it on the screen for you to screenshot at the end of the stream. Yeah, you're talking about the bot stuff. Yeah, we'll do that at the end. All right, so Yeah, there was no tab, and the reason I'm bringing up the tab, so because you can see here that your UUID is different between those two things. You can see that the ID, I don't know if that's a tab ID. It looks like a record ID, like a row ID to me. So does that one, so I don't know what these numbers are, to be honest. They could be in his system, and this new phone that he's just built to do this example, tab IDs, but he needs it to say tab ID if that's what the fuck it is. That it just says ID. But anyway, if it is a tab ID, it should look more like that and not just numerical order. That's what makes me think that's just a row ID or a database ID. It'll look more like this, the tab IDs. Let me show you the tab IDs. Let me see if I can get Easter eggs up for you. Let's go get Easter eggs. Here's the Easter eggs video. Let's pop that in here. Get past the ads. Right. Oh, look, it's open on the the very spot that I wanted. So this is Green's report, and he's listing out all the anomalies that he found. The tab ID for record 4028. So on Whiffen's screen grab just before, you saw the number 1 and the number 2. This is what he's calling record 4028. The tab ID is this long, right? This number is unique to the tab in question and would have been used for all URL history in that specific tab within this particular database. The Commonwealth has claimed that the actual website being visited during this period was Hockomock Sports. However, the tab ID recorded at 2:27 a.m. associated with the Hockomock Sports web activity has a different tab number, specifically that tab number. That's the tab ID for the Hockomock Sports. That's the tab ID for the House Long to Die. And Whiffen conveniently hides the tab IDs when he's trying to show you these demonstrations. And so that to me spells liar, liar, pants on fire, right? Thank you for the super chat. I see you. Celebrate closed their Twitter account today after Whiffen's testimony. Well, is anyone surprised? They're not going to take the criticism. Yep, just plugged his own company. That's right. All right, so that's what Whippen tells us. If Hockomock Sports was done in the same tab, then this is the number that would be in the tab ID column. Hockomock Sports, in fact, was done under this tab ID. So therefore, it was a different tab. As you wrote earlier, selective, not absolute. Exactly. Did I read ICUs? Yes. Got it. Thank you, Kev. I'll leave that on the screen for a bit. Thank you so much for that. And I'm totally not surprised that they've done that. So interesting, right? Amy, how's it going? Good to see you. So yeah, basically, Whiffen is purposely hiding tab ID columns here because the order that they should have gone in is, I think it should have been like record ID, like so row ID is automatic for any database. Row ID, record ID, then it would be UUID, and then the next column should have been tab ID. So all your IDs would go in the first set of columns that you see on the screen. He's hidden those columns on his demonstration. which is pretty shitty. That demonstrates that he's deliberately hiding it. He's done it deliberately. So that's interesting, right? What else did I pick at this? I had a lot of picks at this stuff that went on today. The unsigned hash value, we went through that, didn't we? What unsigned means. Let's go back here. Ian Whiffin's data, whilst technically it looks fancy and he's doing a fancy foot dance there, but his own data still puts John within 20 feet of the entrance to 34 Fairview. So he could have been inside the house, basically. John's phone, the physical reality means that, hang on, let me just start again. No matter how many technical sounding phrases he tosses around, pocket state, GPS accuracy variance, area of uncertainty, the reality remains. John's phone was inside or immediately adjacent to the house in that timeline. 20 feet is literally nothing when you're talking about front porches, staircases, entryways, GPS noise once you're inside the house. It's inside the threshold of normal GPS noise, even if he was standing still in the stairway. So that's the takeaway from all the data that he showed us, even though they're trying to jimmy it, because in their stupid heads, they somehow think that they can jimmy it by just a few meters. It puts him outside the house. No, he's still freaking inside the house. The GPS data is still relatively accurate to inside the house. Thank you for becoming a member. Oh, you've been a member for 4 months. Thanks for being a member for 4 months. Beautiful day in Dedham. Cheryl with an S was protesting in the buffer zone today. Just so you all know. So, no, and I agree with you, Lucas. They don't care what Whiffen says, so long as Whiffen supports the prosecution, because all of their contracts are with the governments. They're with the military and the governments, police, state, whatever. It's with the government. All their contracts are with the government. So long as Whiffen supports the government, Celebrite's fine with it, even if he does lie. So, right, exactly, Lucas. The software is doing what it's supposed to do. It's the end user that's the problem here. But there's a double problem here, because the end user is the one that made the argument that this column is being confused, and so we need to hide it from users. And then Celebrite went, yeah, okay, Ian, we'll hide it then. So it's still the end user is the problem here. But none of the other forensic software companies agree with him on this. The only company that's changed it, so it's hidden now, is Celebrite. There is a debate, and the debate is none of the other forensic softwares are doing it, are hiding that information. Unless he tore him a new hole to put his theory into. Exactly, just me. So 7 meter radius, a linear 45 feet. So he's in the tab menu bar. Maybe the first column was the tab ID. No, that was the record ID. That was first of all the row ID for the table for that table. The 1 and the 2 was the record ID. There's no tab, but this is the way the tab looks. The tab ID is actually formulated the same way a hash value is formulated. So it's going to be a big long number with A's and E's, because it's hexadecimal as well. So hexadecimal has A, B, C, D, E, and F. I think it's 6, isn't it? Yes, 6. And F in it. So that's why you'll see letters and numerals together, because it's hexadecimal. It's a algorithm that creates a unique identifier using hexadecimal values. Someone called me on. Dang, I flat fingered that last document. Fat fingered. Oh my god, my tongue's playing up today. Aussie Whiffen is just the magician in his David Copperfield show, right? In his own David Copperfield show. Oh, me too, Styling. Me too. I'm not going to be with you tomorrow, maybe for a couple of hours first thing in the morning, but I have to go up to Brisbane tomorrow, so I'm going to be on the road for most of the day tomorrow. Whiffen is flying back home jobless. No, he's not. He's got a job. They love him. They want him to support. They want him to support who their government contracts are with. He knows which side his bread is buttered. Celebrite knows which side their bread is buttered. Their biggest contracts are not outside of governments worldwide. Their biggest contract, we're talking multi-million-dollar contracts, are with all the governments. So no, he's not going home jobless. Reputation is how the public views you, but the public's not buying your software, so who gives a fucking shit, right? Okay, he's hiding some of the data. You only got to click on a column and press hide. If you don't want to see the column, you just press hide the column. You can do it in any database management software. I can do it here in Numbers. I can do it in anything that shows me tables. Hide the column. Don't show me that column. It's very simple. You can do it in Google Sheets. You can do it in all the database, all the spreadsheets, all allow you to hide a column. No, he wasn't. He wasn't ever that. He might have been a Celebrite investigator, but he was never a digital forensic investigator. He's not got those qualifications. Never went to college, never went to uni. He hasn't got any of those qualifications. All he's done is Celebrite courses. But investigator of the year for someone who doesn't have any education at all. Yeah. I know he got the award, but it's not, I don't believe it was earned. It's like any company that's that big. If you kiss the right asses, you get an award. Doesn't matter what the wording of the award is, right? You just got to kiss the right asses. Jury will not remember Whiffen's bullshit by the end of trial. Fern's mum, not only will he not remember it, everything he said that they confused him with is going to be all straightened out by the defense's two experts. Because the person who spoke the most plain English was definitely Richard Green last time. Everybody hung him for it because he was speaking plain English. They're like, he doesn't sound like a technical forensic guy. But then we've also got another dude who I call Matty because I can't say his last name. But yeah. The last thing the jury's going to remember is the most simplest explanation that was given to them closest to when they're doing their deliberating. It's not going to be any of this shit right at the start of the trial. Yeah, he's a blogger who says he's a digital and forensic investigator, but he's got no qualifications. You can't call yourself that if you don't have qualifications. Like in a court of law, you can call yourself anything you like out there in the world, right? I can call myself fucking goofy if I want to. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean I'm actually goofy. But if I'm going to go to court and say, well, look, I'm actually goofy, then you need to actually qualify that with something, right? That's what I'm thinking, Just Me Gaming. He was customer service. That's what I reckon. customer service with who kissed the right asses and got himself a little award from the bosses for kissing their asses just right. If you want to progress in this company, this is how you need to kiss our asses, okay, everybody? And you too can have a little plaque that says you kissed our asses. It's one of the reasons I don't work in that sort of environment, because I can't do the kiss and ass shit. Or if I do want to kiss an ass, it's usually the wrong ass to kiss. It's like, what were you thinking? But yeah, that whole in-house company bullshit, it's the same as the Canton bullshit that we're looking at in this trial. It's the same shit. It's the mean girls all hang out in the lunchroom and talk about everybody else and kiss all the right asses and have all the right contacts, and it's the same shit, and I can't deal with it. Never have been able to. What's an impressive site? Are you saying his blog is an impressive site? Because, like, it's just a blog, man. Blogs are blogs. They build themselves out, really. So he had a 3-week course. Well, in fairness, he had a 3-week course and then he had a 2-week course. So technically it's a 5-week course. Jessica, is she coming back on rebuttal? I don't know that Jessica's coming back. I know that someone asked her if he knew her. Who asked? I think it was Alessi asked, do you know Jessica Hyde? She's from Axiom, Magna Axiom, which is one of the other softwares that disagrees with Mr. Whiffen. She's obviously over at Axiom saying, you have to agree with Mr. Whiffen because he and I are working on this project together and I'm sucking up his ass, so you've got to agree with him. But obviously Magna Axiom don't agree with her and aren't changing it, so, or haven't yet. So generally, if you find something like this and it's a genuine issue across the board, then all of the companies will generally go, all right, we see your point and we'll all change it. But the fact that they haven't demonstrates that it obviously is still in dispute. So she is on the witness list. Doesn't mean they're going to call her, but I think she probably will be because they asked him about, do you know her? So otherwise they've got no reason to bring a name up in the trial. So I think she probably will be. All right, so let's move on now to I don't know if I've actually talked about this little snippet of information, but let me get it up on the screen for you. I've got a couple of notes on it, but I thought it would be easier, instead of trying to find it in my notes, is just to go here where I typed it on my nope, not that one. Not that one. No agreement. Oh my God. Here we go. This one here. This one here. Uh-huh. Oops. I can close that one. There we go. So, Moxie Marlinspike. I've never actually had to say it aloud. That's how you say it, isn't it? He exposed that the Celebrite software could easily be manipulated. In fact, that while you're doing a extraction, you can inject files that never existed in that extraction and essentially compromise the reports or inject evidence that didn't exist into the extraction. That's a bug in Celebrite that they haven't fixed yet. They know it's there. They know that Moxie from Signal has hacked it and done it. and repeated it. This is how you can tell if it's an actual fault in the software or the device that's running the software, is you can repeat the issue. And clearly he has repeated the issue. And I can even show you, I think, let me just have a look. I think I can show you, if I can find it again. I've got the Signal website, like the blog where they wrote about how they did it, and they show you them actually doing it in a video, in a YouTube. So let me see if I can find it. Oh, it's not there. So it's from this blog. Thank you, Adam. Good on you. The background. Ha! This fell off the back of a truck. So one of these programmers was, I don't know, walking around somewhere, and this fell off the back of a truck apparently. And this is a complete kit for Celebrite extraction. So all of the different data plugs to plug into phones, and this is how you would hack past software, passcodes and blah, blah, blah. So this is a full fucking, the Ruru kit. Thousands of dollars worth of kit just fell off the back of a truck. And he went, oh my God, let's play with this. These are all the vulnerabilities in Celebrite over time, basically. So 29 vulnerabilities in 2025. So the exploit, so I can show you the video of them doing the exploit. Mess with the best, like the rest. There you go. They stepped you through it. That was Voodoo People. Good music, right? Oh, you didn't hear the sound. Well, that shit. Did you see the video at least? There was a fail, wasn't it? Some people don't like it when they hear the music, so oh well. You at least saw the video, right? Major fail. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Anyway, you did see the video, right? Nope, didn't see the video either. Ah, shit. Let's do it again. All right, let's do it again. Because it went to full screen, I couldn't move over here to check if it was showing on this screen. That's how I screwed all that up. Take two, peeps. Let's go again. All right.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Have you got sound now? Did we get this 4, 3, 2, 1 now? Yep, we got the sound now. All right. We're good to go. God damn it.
Magic people, voodoo people. The voodoo, hoodoo, what you don't dare do, people.
I'm muted. There you go. Oh my God, I forgot what I said. What did I say? I said that's how you. So what they did there was they took a piece of data that was external to the extraction, and they injected it into the Celebrite extraction, and that piece of data said, basically pops up a message like this: mess with the best, die like the rest. That was the piece of data they injected into the Celebrite extraction. So there you go. Yes, prodigy. When you least expect them. I'll probably get bloody copyright struck for that now. God damn it. I didn't think of that before I played it. But that's what they just did there. Interesting, right? Also of interest, the installer for Physical Analyzer allows two bundled MSI installer packages named Apple Application Software MSI and Apple Mobile Device Support MSI. These two MSI packages are digitally signed by Apple and appear to have been extracted from the Windows installer for iTunes version 12.9.0.167. What does that mean for mankind? These are the two things that they're looking at. A Physical Analyzer setup program installs these MSI packages in that folder. They contain DLLs implementing functionality that iTunes uses to interact with iOS devices. Celebrite iOS advanced logical tools load these Apple DLLs and use their functionality to extract data from iOS mobile devices. So they're using iTunes to extract data. That's their secret. That's the secret to their software. They're using iTunes. The screenshot below shows that the Apple DLLs are loaded into the UFED iPhone Logical Exe process, which is the process name of the iOS Advanced Logical Tool. There they all are there, and it's loading those drivers in the iTunes mobile device. It seems unlikely to us that Apple has granted Celebrite a license to redistribute and incorporate Apple's DLLs in its own product. Dun dun dun! So this might present a legal risk for Celebrite and its users. Firestarter. Absolutely. That would be an awesome tune for AJ or Alessi about to start their cross-examination of Jen McCabe. It will be AJ tomorrow, right? So there you go. Completely unrelated is other stuff, but anyway, that's essentially what we found. Now I am going to bring somebody up to have a yak with us shortly and probably get into some funny stuff and change the subject a little bit. There were a couple of things that we were going to talk about in relation to all this stuff we just spoke about, so we might get into that first, but let me just check if and when. That's what people are calling whiffin, if and when. I just check if he's ready. So let's do a little, since that music got us all in the music mood. Let's do a little music while I'm getting shoot organized at this end. Let's do a little music. I have nothing as freaking awesome as Prodigy in my playlists. I wish I did, but I don't. Let's have a look at the album. What haven't we played for a bit? Probably you guys probably haven't heard the whole tune for this one for a while, so we'll play that next. How's that sound? Let me just get past all the freaking ads, so you don't have to worry about any ads. There we go. Get that up on the wrong screen. Let's go to that screen. Pop it up on that screen. Let's have some music. Right. I'm gonna get a coffee. I'll be right back.
Truths and stories gotta collide. Alibis get swept aside. I got proof that can't be denied. The data don't lie, people do. Waves crashing, secrets in the tide. Facts and numbers side by side. Through the chaos I will abide. The data don't lie, people do. Look at the records, feel the vibe. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. Friends may twist and tongues may tie. Plausible tales shape the sky. In the end you can verify. The data don't lie, people do. It's in the matrix beyond the eye. Hard truth that's flying by. Evidence you can't defy. The data don't lie, people do. Look at the records, feel the vibe. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. The vibe, digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. Friends may twist and tongues may tie. Plausible tales shape the sky. In the end you can verify. The data don't lie, people do. Friends may twist and tongues may tie. Plausible tales shape the sky. In the end you can verify. The data don't lie, people do.
Just about 1, 2, 4, 3, 4, 4.
It's in the matrix beyond the eye. Hard truth that's flying by. Evidence you can't defy. The data don't lie, people do. It's in the matrix beyond the eye. Hard truth that's flying by.
this can change not only the air in your home, but also your health. Introducing a revolutionary pocket-sized device that transforms your breathing experience. With cutting-edge ionization technology, this sleek purifier eliminates the need for traditional filters, emitting a continuous stream of negative ions to effortlessly cleanse the air from dust, pollutants, and allergens, providing unparalleled relief without the hassle of constant replacements. It's called Purifuse, and it was created by an engineer named John
Hey,
Anderson,
shit.
who desired to create a
Sorry.
healthier...
Sorry, guys. I was in the toilet. I missed it. A little bit more music.
Charged her with speed. Evidence was buried. Corruption and greed. Free Karen Reid. Free Karen Reid. Do what we need. Who can the deed? Free Karen Reid. Free Karen Reid. Do what we need. Who can the deed?
All right, I'm back. I apologize for all of that. Let's get our guest up here. And over here, Kevy. How's it going? Nope, no volume, no sound. Or hang on, have I switched? Hang on, let me check if it's me. Microphone, audio. It's not me. It's you, Kevy. Or maybe you. Hang on, you might have gone AFK.
It's me. It's me. It's me.
All right.
Hello. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I had a little mishap. I was like, I need to make a coffee, but then my water filter is empty, so I can't fill the kettle. So I'm gonna rush over, flat my water kettle, and it just didn't happen inside of one song. So you ended up with an ad as well on the toilet break. I apologize.
Not to worry. Crap happens, as I say.
So what were we were talking about something before I hit the play button and scooted you backstage again. What were we talking about? It was something to do with whiffing, right? You brought up a really good point, and I said, yeah, hold that thought.
It's gone out of my head now. Typical, isn't it?
Yeah.
What was it? It was something Andrea Burkhardt had said.
It was, if I remember correctly, it was something that she said.
Somebody in X had mentioned the qualifications, which you brought up. We discussed that, or the lack of the qualifications.
Right.
It was the road, the driving test that he did with the phone to see about the flights of stairs.
Oh my God. And that's it. Bingo. It is. That was what we were talking about, because I've actually got another video racked up for that. So go for it.
Is that the microdots?
Well, I got two actually, microdots and Aiden. So yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Don't let it happen again, Biffle says. Sorry.
Oh, Buffalo, how's it going?
So yeah, what did Andrea say about that?
No, Andrea brought up something else, and I can't bloody think what it is. Oh, it was how Brennan didn't want Whiffen to bring up the results of that test. Right. He went out of his way to make sure that he didn't mention the results for some reason.
Because
She,
what was the word that Lowy used last pre-trial? He didn't want any like theoretic testing, but I can't remember you said hypothetical testing, but it's not the word that he used. He used another word, and he was dead set against any of that being brought in. I can't think of the word, but yes.
Temporaneous? No.
Temporaneous? No. I'll think of it eventually. Like, he used a specific word for it. But anyway, he was against any type of testing that was hypothetical or not actually tested, like through peer review and blah blah blah. So I think he was hung up a little bit on the Murdoch trial, maybe because there was something that happened in that where the dude had the phone and said he shook it and did all this stuff to the phone and he couldn't get it to accidentally do blah blah or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was it hypothetical or not? It wasn't hypothetical. Can't remember, but that's
Come on, chat. Unproven, no.
Unproven, but bigger.
Demonstrative, Mr. Ionetti.
Can't think of the word he used, but anyway.
We know what you mean. We know what you mean.
It means all of the things we just said exactly. So yeah, but basically, that's what Ian Whiffen's test was. Even putting the phone in a fridge was still that sort of test. So
yeah, and he didn't record that test either, the one with the road.
Right, and he didn't record anything. Like, he didn't even say what how cold the freezer was.
Yeah, well, to be fair on the freezer one, it was only he was only making the point that the sensor on the phone worked. That's what he claims. It was not about the body outside or the phone outside.
But the matters because the snow, the wind chill factor and the temperature where the phone was that he was trying to compare it to, whether or not the sensors worked.
Oh yeah, it definitely helped the defense, 100%.
Yeah. So
100%.
That's right. They threw the phone around the office in the Murdoch trial. So, but anyway, yeah, there was a number of things about that. But one of the things about his test, I drove up a hill. So he was talking about a 10-meter rise, a hill with a 10-meter rise. Right? That's what he claimed.
It was a 10-meter rise. It's yeah. So it doesn't make any sense. Several people, not just Aidan Kearney, there's been a few people have done that drive and gone along that road, and it had zero effect on their phones. But for some bizarre reason, this Whiffen fella managed to recreate it.
Right. So that link you sent me to the microdots thing didn't go to where we thought it was going to go. Oh, hang on. I clicked the wrong one. Hang on. I clicked the wrong one. I did. Go back. Oh.
It's right up at the very start. Very first link.
Yeah, I'll get to it, but we got an ad. Okay. Now, I know you guys get annoyed because I have the ads, but I like to support the other creators who get paid for the ads. So let's make sure we support the other creators and watch annoying freaking ads. But only go on.
As far as Mum got the word there, unscientific, no?
No. Okay, we're up. He saw things his own way.
One of the most brilliant minds of his generation.
We can hear this one.
Yeah.
The extraordinary gift that set him apart. One man's journey to the greatest discovery of all.
The natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. in, I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill.
The Ian Whiffen story. Oh my god, I can't wait to see what else he's got in mind for him. Whatever it is, it's got to be good. All right, so that's right, Strongleg. If this was the case, then Karen's phone should have done it as well, right? So
yeah,
he could recreate it going up a hill by jiggling the phone and the suspension in the car, he reckons. But here's the thing. I also know someone else said that they could recreate it by drumming on their steering wheel, like to the music. And I don't believe that any of that is true. I actually believe these sensors are far more accurate than people give them credit for, because they don't want to trust the technology. They're all people that are like, oh my God, the technology's scary, scary. They don't want to trust the technology. So they don't want to believe that any of the technology is getting more and more accurate. But it is. And that's how come we can use gesture. You can set your phone so that if you pick it up and tilt it left and right, it will unlock it or answer the phone for you, or like there's gestures from just using those sensors. So if it was really bad technology and it was so hard at doing it, then then using gestures on your devices wouldn't be a thing, because they'd go and do other things like dial someone that you did ask them to be dialed, or you know what I mean? They'd just be acting wild. But because this sensor technology is so accurate, that's why we use it for gesture. So the next thing I wanted to do was Aiden's video, because this is a 10-meter hill that he tested the phone on. No, sorry. This is a 10-meter hill that his diagram was showing the Lexus had to have traveled a 10-meter hill. And this is the hill that I'm going to show you. Hang on, I did it again. Freaking hell. Share the tab first. There we go. Let me make sure y'all can see it. Y'all can see that? Good.
Yep.
I'm going to get done first.
And Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or downstairs, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Cellbrite has given me from that time points, and that's what I used.
Is it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, when the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m., 34 Fairview's put into Waze. He then proceeds down Dedham Street, takes a left onto Oakdale Road.
No.
Goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft. As he's going by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile away from 34 Fairview at this point. They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right, where it finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview.
Watch out for the hill, kid. I think he said Pinecroft is right where they were when this happened.
This is Pinecone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here, and this is the ascending, descending stairs point in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up, and then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about 50-foot elevation change again. So it's pretty significant.
And so I'm sorry, sir. As far as the elevation change that you're talking about, how is that measured, and how and where is that in reference to what's picked up here?
So, again, like I said, in this area here, there's about a 20-foot drop, and then as you go down Cedar Crest, that hill is about 50 feet. This spot here is the ascending, descending stairs. So, as I said before, he doesn't have an iWatch on, so it's not collecting that great health data. It's still acting as a speedometer. So, again, whatever movements he's doing is triggering something in the phone as he's ascending and descending these hills. Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
Oh no! Don't play that music because I'm going to get done for copyright. Let's not do that music. The phone into thinking he was ascending and descending stairs.
I'll show you. This is the street where Garino says that John's phone went up 3 flights of stairs because it's like so steep. He said it's 50 feet. So we're gonna check out this road. You gotta show me the steep part. Okay. Hope this kid knows he's about to go over a big drop. I guess. Look how flat this shit is. Look how flat this street is. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Watch out for the hill, kid. I think he said Pinecroft is right where they were when this happened.
Sorry, we're replaying
Look
again.
at this shit.
Yep.
Is this the flattest street you've ever seen? I feel like I'm in Indiana. There it is. That's Pinecone. That's the street Garino. Pinecone. It says right there, Pinecone. That's the street he said where John was. So this is the 50-foot drop. Bro, did I miss? Are you kidding me right now? 50-foot drop? What? Like this is it? This is where John ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs. We're going to play the testimony. This is what he said. Are you kidding me right now? You have to be kidding me. No. Is this Cedar Crest?
They had 3 phones in the car.
Yeah, you're going to go right here. Yeah, right here. So we're back on Cedar Crest. And, whoa. Yeah, she drives like Karen. And then, so we're going to come up here. See, there's so many stupid 4-way stops here on Cedar Crest. So come down here, and they're going to, Fairview Road's going to be on the left. They're going to overshoot it.
So,
what are we looking at in this slide?
Yep. So this is the track. This one shows the 12:22 and 14 second GPS point where right here where the little arrow is. That's exactly where they were when the phone is registering the ascending, descending stairs, like listed in cell right.
If you could, using that as a point to illustrate the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would go continue down through this little piece here, take the right onto Cedar Crest. They continue down Cedar Crest, missing Fairview right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
Look how flat this shit is. Look how flat this street is. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Watch out for the hill, kid.
And so at the time that the phone has that reporting in the health data of descending, and is it ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time frame?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from...
What? Like this is it? This is where John ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs. We're going to play the testimony. This is where he said, are you kidding me right now? You have to be kidding me.
Your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Okay, so
sorry.
Yeah.
That's the street he said where John was. So this is the 50-foot drop. Bro, did I miss? Are you kidding me right now? 50-foot drop? What?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right, and again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right, well, what's listed as steps? Does that indicate, from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
That's not the case.
What is the case?
Like I said, the phone has internal measures. The phone has internal measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movement. Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving. Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right, and again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Hang on.
Again, the phone says it's steps.
It's nearly finished. There you go. That's the majority of the story. Look, we got another guest. Let me get it over there. Michelle! How's it going?
Hey, Michelle.
Good morning. Can you see me?
We can see you. We're all on the screen together.
Yeah, I'm good. I think I'm hearing double, I think.
You might have the stream turned on in the background.
Hang on, let me sort it.
Whack that phone, Michelle. Whack it hard. Just whack it.
I'm going to send you this, Ozzy. You have to show it. Verdict Mel.
Already had that go.
That's good. You got doubles still?
Nah, I shut it off.
Cool. Yay. That's all you got to do is whack the phone and it sorts shit out, right?
Oh, I'm actually on the PC, so I can see.
Nice. Good shit. Okay, what did you say, Kevin? What do you got?
It's just I was scanning X there to see if anything's coming up, and I just saw this one from Verdict Mel. We had her on the channel.
Right, I'll share it in a second. So for those who don't know, these are my two best mods. I mean, all my mods are the best. They're all lovely. But these guys help me with like planning shows and talking out shit that I've got to say on screen and all sorts of things. So for those who don't know, Michelle's from Queensland, Australia, if you didn't pick the accent. Kerry here's from Ireland, in case you didn't pick that accent. And for those who keep blaming Michelle for being my alt account, now you can hear us both on stream. We're two different people, right?
It's all a setup, Ozzy. I don't believe you.
Yeah.
She's a paid
Definitely
actress.
Two different people. A paid actress.
She's paid.
Can I have my check then, please?
No.
And not a wet check.
No, you took too long to come up on stream. I'm not paying you.
Sorry about that. I was catching up. I fell asleep. I missed. All I saw was Jen get on the stand, crap on about her family, and then that's it. I went. So
Right.
don't tell me in no spoilers. I don't want to know what's happened because I'm going to.
Oh, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it.
Oh, you can talk about it. It's all good.
Yeah, we're full of spoilers over here. We're just going to spoil everything for you.
Oh, that's all right.
We got the Alan. We got that again today. Have you got up to that
Who
bit
the fuck
yet?
is Alan?
No, what? What's Alan? Alan what?
Alan's the is it a beaver or what is it?
Yeah, it's a gopher, isn't it?
A gopher, that's right. The Alan gopher.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
Yep. So I mixed Jen doing a Jen thing with the Alan gopher, and it's just perfect mix. Old video going back last year for those who haven't seen it, but
it was funny.
I didn't think she was going to do it this time. I thought, they probably talked to her and said,
you sound like a dick.
Yeah.
She only did it twice this time, despite insisting throughout her testimony. I don't know how many times. Everything was 3 times.
Glenn's got to spoil that for you, Michelle.
All right, Jen lied. What? Oh.
No way, Jose.
No, Eddie, it was a
Thanks,
prairie
Glenn.
dog or a gopher.
Now I don't need to watch the rest of this bloody trial.
Well, we're all looking forward to AJ coming in and cooking her on Monday because she told a bunch more lies again.
Oh, really? Oh,
We knew.
I can't wait.
You have to show Microdot's poster there now that you said that.
The Microdots poster?
Yeah, it's not that far up in the chat. It's a couple of.
The Microdots poster. A movie poster from Microdots. Oh, yeah, I did actually get that movie poster. All right, hang on. Let's put us on the right screen.
Microdots is a bit of a legend.
He is. He's getting some plugs today. There you go.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Coming soon on Cross. It's very soon. So it's going to be tomorrow, obviously. But here's the thing. Jen got nearly all the way through her story today, right? I don't think she's got much else to say from this point, has she? Oh, they've got to play her 911 call yet.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
So that'll be, she's probably got more direct tomorrow with Honky, and then she will be doing then AJ will be doing the cross. So we still got a little bit more to go. And there was a reason I was saying that, and it fell out of my freaking head. Why was I saying it? We're all looking forward to AJ shredding it. Oh, that's right. She told a different story again.
She did, yeah. There's several different parts of her testimony are different, I think. I've seen a few people pulling it out in X there.
Right. So Kerry claimed that Jen McCabe helped him give CPR. Now she's claiming
that's bullshit. She didn't.
Right. Now she's claiming that she did try to help with CPR. But that wasn't in any of her testimony previously, and none of her police reports. So she's going to
and in none of the videos either.
Right.
She's standing away. She's doesn't go near him.
Right. What were the other things that she lied about today? Like she added like more detail to stuff.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
You can hit the mute button if you want. Can you see the mute button, Michelle? Oh, I can mute her if she needs it. I'll mute her just until we see her bubbling again. So what else was there that she fibbed about? Can you remember, Kev? We're going to do all the spoilers.
I can't offhand. I don't even think I could find them. You see, I couldn't. I did rewatch her original testimony, but I didn't take notes. I don't do notes. But there were some of the creators who did, and they pointed them out on X there earlier on. I would need to go digging.
Right. You back yet, Michelle? Nope.
But what did strike me throughout her testimony, and I don't know if you noticed, it was the cadence and the way she was saying a lot of things. It very much sounded like it was heavily rehearsed.
Right.
And she was heavily coached before this testimony today. The amount of times she said 3 times.
Yep. Are you back, Michelle?
Unreal.
Yeah, sorry about that. My mechanic's here. The car's getting a service.
All right. You got to find the mute button. So if that happens again, you can mute and everyone can't hear you. You're talking to the mechanic. I did that to you one day, didn't I?
Yes. Oh, hang on. He's still knocking on the door. Hang on. Let me mute.
I did that to her when I was getting my windscreen fixed. I called her and we were yakking away. And I went, all right, see ya. And I swiped Discord off the screen. So I'd called her on Discord. I swiped the Discord off my phone screen, but it was still running and I didn't know. And so she heard the whole conversation with the windscreen guy trying to sell me a cheaper windscreen and everything. Bit of rust up there that I had to clean out and stuff. So that was pretty funny. She made a massive Amber Heard moment, Compote says, when she was all fake crying and then looked at the jury.
Oh, yeah, the fake crying. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, back. Sorted.
You're back.
Everybody commented on that in Andrea's chat.
Matt mentions a tail at 5:30 a.m. this time. That's new and odd. Agreed. Because last trial she said something like Matt offered to go with them or something, but not much about the tail light, right? The problem is the jury doesn't know she lied until it's AJ's turn. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, I'd say AJ's baying to get at her. I would.
Yeah, he's fully head down writing heaps of notes today, so she's going to get fried.
I saw somewhere that they've allowed ARCA Beds allowed ARCA.
Yes.
Yeah.
She allowed them. I knew she was.
Brennan? I can't get over him. He was just disgusting.
Yeah, he was. But what was worse was Bev letting him away with it.
Yeah, and letting everyone see. Look, everyone, the world's watching these idiots.
Yeah.
I just stuck.
But they don't care.
Carol says Jen's eyes got big when Anki said, "Is there any if there was any discord?" You're not family discord, darling. Yeah, I knew Bev was going to have to let them in, otherwise she's going to stall the trial.
Yeah.
Has she stopped them from saying anything? Is there any? No.
Nope.
She didn't put any limitations, or she might come back with an actual written ruling saying she limits something. But at this stage, no, she didn't verbally say she was limiting anything.
Oh, okay, cool.
And she told them to stop the messing, basically. Although I think that was directed at the defence.
Yeah.
More so than Brennan. But like, how many times did she call Brennan up on his behaviour? There was at least 3 or 4 times in that year where she called Brennan out for his behaviour towards Arca, and he ignored her. He just kept talking over her.
Yeah.
I don't know, and she let it go.
Yeah.
If that was Alan Jackson, he'd have been frog marched down to the local jail for contempt,
or sanctioned, fined of $5,000 fine or something. Exactly. Crazy shit.
Damn.
But it was a wild ride today.
Well, I missed Jen, so I can't comment.
It was brilliant to see Alessi do that cross today. It gave a very good insight into the man.
It did.
With him.
No, yeah, but Alessi doing the cross with him.
Yeah.
He was very tactical. He didn't leave room for big, long answers, and he got his answer and moved on.
I wasn't convinced we were ever going to see Alessi actually doing any cross. I thought he was just there to preserve for appeals, like in their arguments and sidebars and stuff. But I'm very.
Well,
I was wrong.
I think way back at the very start, though, it wasn't one of his credentials that he was very good with technical experts. He had a very good background in it or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so it's not surprising that that's what he's doing. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting blankets while doing 911. I think she did say that in the last one. I don't think that was a fib. Alessi,
you still alive?
He keeps it simple. Kiss. Yes, he does.
Just wondering, is Michelle still alive there? Sounded like somebody dinged her.
I'm listening to you.
Sounded like the chair.
Sounded like somebody banged her over the head with a pipe.
Coffee cup, sorry. Got a noisy coffee cup.
Boink. All right.
I was listening to you guys because I got nothing because I bloody didn't see it. I was looking at the back of my eyeballs.
Have you caught up with yesterday's testimony?
Yes, I watched all yesterday's.
Yeah. Well, you guys are going to be catching me up after tomorrow because I got to go to Brisbane tomorrow. I don't know when I'm going to get time to watch anything or even make any videos. I don't think I'm going to get time to do any of the above, but we'll see.
Let us know when you're coming through.
Pressure.
You know what time you're coming through?
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now. I'm like, I got to do my Red Joe tomorrow, and I don't know how long they're going to take, so that it's going to depend on that. And then whether or not I decide to bring the excavator up, it's going to be depending on that. I'm thinking I might have to do 2 trips, one to go set up a shed on the block, and then another one to take the excavator up once I've got the shed up. So
won't the ground be pretty soggy with all the rain? We've had some mental rain.
It's very soggy here where I am, so I haven't even got off the trailer yet. So, because I just don't have any concrete here to set up the ramps to get it off the trailer.
Yeah.
But it's still wrapped in plastic.
Probably need a recon.
25 years later. Ozzy, have you got that digger off your trailer yet?
So I don't know about the island. Like, I know they couldn't. So I hired someone to go and start clearing the block for me. And he hasn't been able to do anything for 2 weeks because of the rain. So 3 weeks.
Yeah, and we just had more over the weekend.
Yeah. So, yeah, he did say he's held it off again for another couple of days because there was more rain. So I don't know. I think at this stage, maybe I should leave it at home. I got to work out if I can fit all the steel in my car if I leave the trailer at home. So the whole point of thinking of taking the excavator up is because I can dump the excavator at my friend's house, drive it over to the steel company, pick up all the steel, take it all over to the island and pack it into my container. I think I can fit the steel in my car without that, actually.
You'd put most men to shame, Tina.
That's the Aries.
Right. Well, you know what? I actually did have, when I was single, I did actually have like a bar that you had to meet. If you couldn't do what I do, then you're out. If you couldn't change your tire and, change your battery and pitch a tent and put a bloody thing over the top, a fly over the top, if you couldn't do all that shit plus what I do on top of that, then yeah, you're useless to me. I don't
Bum,
bum, bum, bum. Anyway, I also back then had a I won't talk about that. We'll do that in a private
Yeah.
chat.
All right. Yeah, sorry.
I don't need to give away all my single secrets. Anyway, said some rain to Spitgee, Australia. I don't even know where that is.
And I'm assuming by his name, Perty, is he's down in Perth somewhere, no? That's right,
I
Australia.
think.
That's right.
It's not supposed to be South Australia. He's got
South
his fingers on the
Australia.
wrong button.
Gotcha. One state I haven't been around a lot. I've been to Adelaide and Port. What's the port? Just a little north of Adelaide. I forget the name of the port. It's not coming to me, but Eddie will get it. But yeah, I drove there through Adelaide and then up to that Port Augusta is what I'm thinking of. Went up to Port Augusta and then back down and then back to New South Wales again. So, or Queensland actually. I drove there when my daughter was like 3. And she's now 33. This was a while ago. But yeah.
Our girls are about the same age.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fun, isn't it?
No comment. It doesn't get any easier when they grow up. Yeah, put it that way.
It just gets more complex, right?
Yeah, much more easier when they were little and cute.
Right, and it was just screaming matches. Now it's like, now you're trying to head fuck me. I know it. But yeah.
Yeah, not an issue I share. Not an issue I share with you.
It's Port Augusta, I think, isn't it, Eddie? Just north of Adelaide. Port Augusta. Did Chris A really walk home in the snow? Jen said it. See, I think that's a lie because he didn't say that in his police report. In his police report, he said that he and his wife, I forget which one she is, Julie drove to the party. That's what he said in his police report. So I don't.
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be home with migraine? She left early, remember?
Right, but that's not what they said in the police report. Ipsy Dixit's here with my Kendrick Lamar voice. I caught you live. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what's true with those people. Did they lie in a police report? Did they lie after the police report? Are they lying on the stand? Who freaking knows?
Proctor probably wrote all their police reports anyway.
He did.
And he fucked it up for him.
Yeah, by all accounts, nearly every single statement that he wrote out, all the witnesses have disagreed with what he wrote.
Right. I forget who wrote Chris's report. I thought it was the Prince. Trooper Prince. I thought that's who it was, but I could be mixing it up because I'm sure Prince did Jen and what's her name? Ali, maybe? I don't remember now. It's been a long time.
Well,
since
it was all Mass State Police that did the interviews, wasn't it? Took the statements. Canton only interviewed some of the first responders.
It was all mass, yes.
Yeah.
The Chris story is confusing, right? He's just lying. Whatever he says is a lie. I don't think they've ever told the truth. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say Chris probably did go. Like, I would say Julie probably did go home from a headache because she seems like a stick in the mud. And I would say that Chris probably went to the party because he hung around at the bar for ages afterwards, right?
Yeah, I reckon he would have gone with one of the Bryans.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Because they all left together, those three.
Yeah.
He was pulling him back, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, and Julie was definitely gone by then, so so she probably did go home and then let the dudes drive Chris over. So, I mean, that's all assumptions. We're just making shit up here.
Well, he definitely wasn't home by 12:10.
He wasn't home by 12:10. He was still at Waterfall Bar at 12:10. You can see him on the freaking camera. So
there was a lot of allegations coming up in the chat there that footage from the waterfall was heavily, how would you say, tampered with.
nah, I think the waterfall is actually the only one of the that water.
What I mean by tamper with is there was like a white hue or a white glow off the screen.
No,
that's what
that's because I've been telling you guys this for ages. Hanky changed the computer screen that it's all being projected onto, and then on top of that change, so it looks different to the last computer screen we were looking at. So obviously it's brighter, and the camera guy isn't as focused as he's not focusing his camera as much as last trial camera guy. So obviously it's a different camera, being the pool camera that's filming it. So you got a different screen, a different pool camera, and all that's getting streamed up to YouTube and getting throttled in quality to YouTube. So we actually don't know what they're seeing in the courtroom. We don't know what that is that they're seeing.
Right, okay.
But one of the good things I think is that the jury does get the footage, and I think they got a laptop. So they do get to see it like being played on a laptop in the jury room or on a screen, probably. I don't know. I know they've got something set up in the jury room where they can watch some of the video footage.
Just as a side question, did they get a court reporter this time, a stenographer?
Yeah, it's just not the same one.
No, they still have your one talking into that gadget.
That's what she does. That's what she's doing.
But there was a request, a motion put in by the defence for a proper stenographer to type the reports so they could have the readback of the transcript.
Right.
No, she would have said no to that.
The woman who's talking into the thingy, that's who she got. Because the other lady, I can't think of her name, but the other stenographer, she was too slow in getting the transcripts out. Plus, we got another case. So then I think the defence put the motion in to get another one in. But I think she's a lot quicker. She seems a lot younger, and I think she's a lot quicker at getting the typing done as well.
Well, I thought they specifically asked for a typist, for a proper stenographer, or a traditional stenographer, whatever you want to call
it. If they
it.
did, they weren't specific in the request, because I don't remember them being.
Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood.
Carol's got a question there about the Ford Edge.
Who would have helped? Sorry, there's another question up there too. I've got to start. Another question, please. Who would have helped get OJO to the front yard? Could OJO have been loaded up in the Ford Edge that Lucky saw? Where is that Ford Edge now, and who owned it? They all got one now.
I reckon it was Colin Alberts.
But there was no inquisitiveness into that. Who owned that Ford Edge that was seen there? There was no investigation into it.
I reckon the Ford Edge was just there to block the view.
It was Brian's.
Yeah, but why didn't the police investigate who it belonged to?
It was Brian Alberts. It was Brian Alberts' Ford Edge, just by the colour and the description. It was Brian Alberts' Ford Edge, I reckon. And who would have...
So they've just moved it to block the view, and then they've just carried him out.
I reckon Higgy would have helped. Higgy would have been there. So it would have been the bigger guys to pick him up. Because he's pretty...
Brian and Chris, because I reckon Chris was there.
I reckon
And
they
if
got
not
Chris out of there
out,
by then. By the time they were putting the body on the lawn, they got Chris. They got. Oh, sorry, Chris. No, sorry,
Chris
Colin.
or Kevin. They got Chris or Kevin back.
Yeah, both of them.
Mm.
And I reckon you're right. The forward edge is the key, is how they got it there, or they were blocking the neighbour's camera.
Yeah, blocking Kelleher's camera.
Assistant police chief or something at the time. So Jen's trying to distance herself from Kerry and Higgins. Oh no! Today she said Kerry's the one who takes charge of everything.
That's correct.
That's not what we know, Jen. We know that you're that one.
Yeah, Kerry's a talker.
So right now, the Alberts still have a black forward edge, don't they? It's been getting around following mass. What are they called? The auditor guy.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Mass.
I can't think of his name, but yeah, the auditor guy. They've been following him around in black forward edge. And then I heard Jen McCabe over the weekend was at the DA's office in a black forward edge.
Jesus, you never know. You'd never be able to bloody trace any. Well, unless you got their number plates, but if you just saw the colour, they've all got the same.
F.R. Smith is saying that she heard the same thing Kevin was saying, that they did ask specifically for a stenographer that typed as well so they could get readbacks of their questions and transcripts.
Yeah,
stuff.
And so the transcripts would be ready for the jury deliberation. I do remember that.
Right.
But I never heard that one being addressed or being answered. It must have come out in one of the days where she brought a lot of the rulings.
Yeah. Or she probably just totally ignored it like she does.
Well, it could be true.
It's just a joke.
Yep. So there's a lot that we can guess here, but I think the point for the defense is not to be doing any guessing, like just doing enough to be able to prove without guessing. Not that I mind anybody guessing. You can all guess as much as you like, but for the defense, they've got to, if they make an allegation about something, they've got to have something to back it up with. They can't just say this is what we think, or I guess the car was blocking the gate, or I guess the person who had the car there was doing such and such. They can't do any of that. So
yeah, it's the sheer lack of evidence and the lack of video, and it's all hearsay. Everything's hearsay, and you're relying on people that have been proven to be liars on the stand.
Yeah. I can't wait for the neighbour to come up, the Chinese lady, Mrs. Chang or Chong or whatever her name is.
Chang, I think it is, yeah.
Is that the one that was bitten by the dog?
No, she's the one that got woken up and took photos.
Yeah.
Oh, right. The ones that's the red hue or the red glow, is it?
I was going to say, we're further set back on the road than their house is. My bedroom is further away from where all the commotion was, but it all woke me up and I took photos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm convinced. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say all that commotion outside the house, and Chloe didn't go nuts inside the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it wasn't Chloe barking.
don't
Chloe
believe
would
that.
have been going mental.
She would have been, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Strong
'Cause
leg.
it's right under.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, a strong leg. I believe that if Karen went in the house with John, he'd be alive today.
Probably.
Because they were trying to get her away from John, right? So obviously they didn't want to beat him up in front of her because they knew she'd call the police, right?
Yeah, and they couldn't deal with killing two of them. They couldn't deal with killing two of them.
That's right. They weren't going to beat both of them up, so... Yes, I believe, Dandy, none of this I've heard on the streets. I believe they've got their own ME, the defence has, and that's what she's going to testify to, among other things that we've talked about on my channel before. Like,
I forget what was the name of the ME from the first trial, the Irish guy from California.
Oh, I was trying to remember his name because he was the one that said that the blow on the head totally incapacitated him from the start. That was
You
it.
talking about the defences guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Right.
couldn't understand him properly.
Give me one.
I could. I
Oh,
could
you
understand.
could, Kevin. Of course you could.
Oh, he sounded like he had he sounded like he had
Dementia.
a breathing issue.
Yes, he kept snuffling.
He did.
his,
He
mic.
sounded like he had COPD.
COPD, that's the one I was thinking of. Dr. Frank Sheridan.
That's it. Yes.
He was very good.
He was good, but they didn't believe him or they didn't like him. Jury.
Yeah, it's like you look at the experience of the experts the defense put on last time around, and how the jury just discounted them in comparison to the prosecution experts. It's mind-boggling.
He says the impact site of the fracture is clearly where the laceration is. There's a 2-inch laceration. So that other thing is, I did some research on AI to look at these photographs and then look at Olympic gym sets and to get all the measurements right. And so guess how big that so the little arms that come out and hold the dumbbell.
Yeah, about what?
Guess how big
inches,
the end of
3.
that. Guess how big the end of that little arm is.
No, I guess 3 inches.
It's the same. It's 2 inches, the same size as the laceration on his skull.
There you go.
So I did a couple of little exercises with the AI, getting it to measure things and do things for me. It's not always good at that kind of stuff, but I was able to follow up. What is an Olympic set? Why would someone have an Olympic set in their basement? And it would be someone like Brian Albert, who's right into his fighting and shit. He's going to have one of those sets. So, yeah, I did a big deep dive into that Olympic set, and I reckon that's what it is. And the AI measured the took the image of his head laceration, overlaid it over the then blew up the
Arm of the thing.
the holder part of the dumbbell set, and then came back with, yes, this is the right measurement. But the way we worked it out was by looking at what they didn't do at the flagpole, for example, was giving perspective on anything. So we knew that the ceilings were so high in the basement. We knew that this was, you know what I mean? So we worked it out down to what size set it was. Then once we had the set size, we went further and found that that's the Olympic set. It's all standard sizes. So that's how I worked it out. It was a pretty fun deep dive, actually. I don't know anything about gym sets, obviously. We'll never know because there wasn't a proper investigation. Exactamundo.
Yeah.
Dr. Frank Sheridan was world renowned. No one could reasonably go after him. He was unflappable. But his health issues, I think he did the first trial as a favour to the defence. I think they've got a.
He was retired. He was retired. I know that.
He was. I think they've actually got a different ME this time, because this ME in AJ's opening statements is going to tell us things we haven't heard before.
Yeah, that chick from Walsh's trial, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
Is that the name on the list, is it?
Yeah, I can't remember her name. Turtle Boy was talking about her.
Right. Well, he'd know. He's closest to the action, so he goes through the witness list and tells you who everyone is. Sometimes he gets stuck on something and the audience will fill it in. So that's the only way I know who anyone is, by listening to him. So Eddie's got a question. What was their motivation for beating him? Surely Higgins having a crush on Karen wasn't enough. I've never been able to work this out. Have you not been to a bar with a bunch of drunk men before, Eddie? Edie, I keep doing it. Edie, I'll get it right. But you know, I was married to someone who was very fond of his alcohol, and every time he was at a bar, he was beating on someone. There wasn't necessarily a reason for it.
And there's lots of speculations about the drugs and Colin and stuff like that too.
Well, the alcohol just makes you more aggressive. Like for me personally, it puts me to sleep. There's no point in even trying to spice my drinks and me not knowing about things going to go sleep on you. Like you're not going to get a party out of me. Alcohol and me do not get along. I'll throw up and go to sleep. But most people who are regular drinkers, I think over years of abuse, it turns them aggressive, and that's like a really big issue when you've got an aggressive drunk. And I've got even more recent experience with it, which I don't want to talk about, but you don't need to have a reason. When you got an aggressive drunk, they're just aggressive for no reason.
Yep, 100%. I grew up in a pub over here. We had a pub for 15 years.
Right. No, they don't need a reason.
Yeah, I did security in pubs in Dublin for a long time.
They don't need drugs. They don't need a reason. They don't need anything. Just alcohol, so much partying, exhausted, cranky, low sugar, bam. Just gonna smash.
It's not even that, Ozzy. It brings out the inner person. The inhibitions drop and the real person comes out.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer in that. I drink and I'm the happiest, go luckiest person you'd ever meet. I never get aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
My brother the same. I have loads of mates the same, but I've had friends, a couple of drinks, and they're knocking the head off everybody around them, including us. We were their best mates.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I've always said there's spirits in them spirits. That's the way I've always said it. So, but it's generally people who abuse it that exhibit these kind of behaviors. It's generally not occasional drinkers. All right, I have to get you guys. Gonna have to take over for me for a second. I got a fucking tow truck in the yard. Give me 1 sec.
All righty. Go on, Kev.
All right, Michelle. No, ladies first.
You sing, I'll dance.
No, well, you're in for a treat with Jen. I think you're going to love it. Knowing you, I'd say there'll be a lot of effing and blanking on the screen.
What are you trying to say, Kev? I've got a potty mouth?
No. It's just you got a temper. You're Aussie, of course you got a temper.
Oh, I'm the nicest bitch you'll ever meet, I tell you. I'm getting t-shirts made.
I was saying that today at Andrea Burkhart's chat. I would pay God knows what just to see the two Arca boys walk into the stand with I Heart the FBI on a jacket or a baseball cap.
Oh,
or something.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah, or something along the lines. Awesome. I worked for the FBI and all I got was this lousy t-shirt.
He was easy on Rentschler. He went bloody mental on Wolf.
He was. I think
he's jealous because he's a bit of a hot biscuit.
He couldn't redo or rehash the same crap again that he had done with Wolf with Rentschler.
No.
I think he knew that. He was flogging a dead horse.
That was pathetic. Like, what an idiot.
But I couldn't believe it. It stunned me when I seen Bev telling Brennan to behave himself, and he just continued straight on, doing exactly the same thing as soon as Bev shut her mouth. And she did nothing.
Yeah, well, she does that with all of them, though. Anything the Commonwealth can do and say whatever, and she doesn't say anything. And then the second the defence get on a roll, and you can see that they're getting the good stuff out, she butts in.
Yeah.
And her, did you mean to say that? Or can you answer that? Like, fuck off. Shut up, Bev.
I know there's a few people there keeping score. On X of how many times Bev interrupts the prosecution and how many times she interrupts the defense. It'll be interesting to see where it stands midway through the trial and then by the end of the trial.
I see them talking about Mr. O'Keefe. Yeah, he does look really sad.
He
doesn't want to be there.
He looks like a beaten. He looks like a beaten man.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to be there.
It is sad. Listening to Peggy waffling on about him on the stand the other day, that was hard to listen to.
So they're not bringing Paul up, are they? She was in lieu of Paul, wasn't she?
I don't know. I did notice she had a thing on her wrist there today. She had a cast or something, or a strap on her wrist.
Peggy?
Peggy did, yeah.
Oh.
I'd say she probably broke the wrist or sprained it. That's what it looked like now. I don't know. I didn't know if it was a full sling. I couldn't tell.
More sympathy.
Maybe somebody in chat would know.
More sympathy.
Maybe she accidentally fell down the stairs after putting down Paul on the sand, or not Paul, the husband. What's the husband's name actually?
John Senior.
He's John
actually, he's John Junior.
That's it, John Junior.
And
yeah.
John is actually John the Third.
Mr. Yannetti, absolutely not. That woman reminded me so much of my mother, and we just leave that there.
Where's that?
Just the last Mr. Yannetti in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Not the Mr. Yannetti, I don't
50
think.
years. Yeah, she probably did it giving him a backhander. He probably didn't make her tea hot enough.
Oh, Eddie was in Dublin. Fair play to Eddie. I lived in Dublin for around 30 years, so know it intimately. Yeah. John Jr., it breaks me heart every time I see him. I don't think he buys into it all just by the look of him. He finds it very hard to lift his head and look at anybody.
No. They should have got him. They noticed they didn't get him on the stand. They put him on the stand. He would have sung Karen's praises, I reckon.
I think you're right. You know, it's blatantly clear Peggy didn't like Karen from the get-go.
Yeah, mother-in-laws can be, you know.
Yeah, Irish Catholic mother-in-law.
Yeah, and their boys, you know.
Yeah.
Like I haven't got any boys, but I wanted 3 boys, but I've got 2 girls. But anyway, I've had a few mother-in-laws like her. They just don't like her. No one's good enough for their son.
Yeah, my own mother was the same. She fucking interfered in both me and my brothers. Anyway, I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Nah.
It's but I could see all the same traits in Peggy.
Mr. Manetti. Yannetti. Yeah, I reckon that too. I reckon he wants to go and sit with the Reeds.
Yeah,
100%.
I think he just wants it all to be over. I did just get that look on him. I don't think he's been well too. So wasn't he not well there for a long time?
Well, he hasn't been in court for a while.
Yeah.
Today was one of his first days. I don't know whether he's in there yesterday. I can't remember. I don't think he was.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to watch.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if they're still together when this trial's over.
Oh.
That old Irish, you know, married till death, regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
You know. Getty Birdie, ask it another way.
I want to know about Aaron and Paul. How they're going.
Who's that?
Aaron and Paul.
Yeah, what's going on there? Glazed donut. I found this GIF online, and it's a drizzle donut, and it's just hilarious. And
I think you sent me it. Didn't you send it to me?
I can't remember the comment on it, but it's so bloody appropriate. It gets a lot of lols when it's seen.
Rentschler
is awesome, but he's not as hot as Wolf.
But that name's very similar to the bloody prosecutors, Rentschler. Isn't he a Rentschler? The other one's a Rentschler, I think, or Wrench. Oh, I don't know. One starts with an R. The prosecutions is the W.
No, where in Karen Reid?
Karen Reid. The defences is REI T. I don't know, whatever. The prosecutions is WREN, Rentschler. He's the one, the accident reconstructionist or whatever he is. The one that they're looking over.
Oh,
the report.
one they're bringing in for trial too.
Yes, for the
Yeah,
prosecution.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, well, he's a Rentschler or something. It's very similar to the bloody Arca guy, except for one starts with an R and the other one is a W.
It's, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the defense starts proper tomorrow with Jen McCabe, and I'm going to be there for it. We'll have to have the notepads ready for Ozzy to take notes.
Oh yeah, I have to be awake for starters.
I'll be okay at that. I'll do the morning. You do the evening part.
Okay.
Yes, Eddie, I am from the northwest, Donegal, right on the border. Good catch. Not many people get the accents in Ireland. There's so many of them.
No, Carol, I don't think so. Like, that blow on the head did him in. If he was still here, he would be a vegetable. He wouldn't be a functioning human.
No, 100%. 100%.
You know, they would have.
It's just
had
the
to turn the machine off.
It's just the thought that the poor man would be laying in the snow for a period of time, knowing his life was slipping away. You know.
Well, he probably didn't know. He probably didn't know by the sounds of that head injury. He probably didn't even know, to be honest.
And from all the accounts and the reports that you're hearing about him as a police officer and as a man, he seems like a genuinely nice guy. I'd say he's one of the cops that refused to go along. You know.
Yeah, I'm still convinced that it ties in with Sandra Birchmore and Enrico.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Hey!
we thought you were kidnapped.
I was kinda. I got a loud dog that scares people, and the pay truck driver came to get the landlord's paddock basher. So it's all sorted now.
Very good.
Dandy's asking, was Brennan finished today?
So say again, sorry?
Dandy is asking, was Brennan finished today?
No.
I'm guessing he's back with Jen tomorrow, is he?
Pretty sure of it. They still haven't done a 911 call yet, so.
Okay.
Sorry about that, everybody. Well, I've got to catch up. What were we talking about before I really interrupted us?
We're just talking crap.
It was all bad about you, so we're not going to repeat it.
Oh, okay. Talking about me, eh? I don't know. I'm going to have to boot
Pepper was telling me how much he gets paid, and I was telling him how much I get paid, and we want a raise.
Yeah.
How much you don't get paid, you mean?
We're both on strike from tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's when you start work. Tomorrow's when you guys get to run the stream while I'm away. I mean, you don't have to, but I'm quite happy to give someone the keys if you want.
No. We'll happily take the notes.
Yeah, we're just your backup singers.
We'll happily take the notes for you and all of that, and be in standby in case if you need help. But that's where it ends.
Pushing me luck too hard. Okay, I probably should start paying you then, shouldn't I?
Well, I wouldn't say no. What do you reckon, Michelle?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Nah, you're all right. Put it
I'm
into a
happy
few
to prop
footings
up a
there.
fellow Aussie.
Yeah, put it into a few footings there, Ozzy. We get the value out of the channel by your content.
So I have to do. I think I have to do a couple of days away. I don't think I'm going to get away with driving up there and back. I think I've got to do at least a week away by the sounds of things, or the weekend probably. At this stage.
And what's the chances of you streaming from away?
I don't even know where I'm staying right now. I don't know what the chances are, to be honest. If I am staying at my grandma's, I don't know what the internet service is like there.
Can you not strap the Starlink to the roof of the car? No.
Well, Corey probably wouldn't let me take the Starlink. He'll probably want that here. It's his Starlink, see.
Are you driving up on your own?
Yeah. Yeah. Just he's no good. He doesn't like to stay away from home longer than one night. Sometimes if I'm staying in a hotel for the night, he might come with me, but he likes to be at home, so
You mother him too much, Ozzy. That's what's wrong there.
what did I do?
I said you mother him too much.
It's the exact opposite, actually. I don't mother him enough. I just let him do his own thing. That's your corner. This is my corner. Stay over there. Yeah. I don't know. It's not a long drive. I've done it plenty of times on my own. It's not really that big a drama. I'm just a little stressed about towing the excavator down off the mountain, just with some of the issues that I've got with the car, the age of it. And as I was saying to Kev the other day, I finally found out I could actually put it in four-wheel drive while I'm towing it up hills, towing heavy shit up hills. I didn't know that.
Right.
Kevy comes in handy for stuff.
Yeah, it wasn't great. So some dude pulled over to help me the other day. I had the bonnet up. I overheated it and had the bonnet up. I was just parked there with I saw the temperature gauge going up and I went, okay, I did that too hard.
Yeah,
So
you should be able to engage four-wheel drive for anything.
Right. Well, the four-wheel drive is actually very slow. When you go into low range, you can't do much in the way of speed. Like you're holding up traffic on the highway.
Yeah, well, the four-wheel drive is more for power than speed.
For power, right. So towing the Jenny and then the Jenny, towing the
excavator.
Towing the excavator, right. It's like 1,100 kilos, so it's just over a ton.
Yeah, plus the weight of the trailer.
Plus the weight of the trailer.
I'm just muting for a minute. I just want to check on the
radio
thingy, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just over a ton plus the trailer is probably a couple of 100 kilos as well. So it's fine on a flat. It's just going up hills. It just seems to like run out of pit. And it's an auto as well.
Well, if you're running on the gas as well, you're going to struggle with power from the gas.
All right. Well, when we're towing, we're on the fuel. You get 10% more grunt on the fuel, or 10% less on the gas. But yes, that's exactly.
Yeah, if you had a bigger diesel engine, you would have far more grunt.
Right, and it's an automatic, and there's a whole bunch of downsides. It's not meant for this. It's meant for cruising and getting stuck in mud puddles and shit. It's not really meant for towing shit. So we just
for use by the Taliban.
Now, did you see AJK's little thing about National Cybercrime Conference? Conference was in Norwood next to Canton. Apparently, Whiffen was spotted there at the hotel or something.
Yeah, I see
that. I noticed Brandon getting in the question, what do you call your woman that confused the crap out of everybody at the trial last year? The prosecution expert.
Right, Dandy, I'll be on the replay crew. I'll be with you guys if I can get in the chat. So let's do some games. Let's do some fun stuff, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's go and do some fun stuff. I'm going to switch the screen over, put the bot up, and take us off. Here.
I won't play today, Kevy. I'll give you a chance, eh?
I'll take the mods out.
Well, to be fair, the mod, we could just ask them to put something in for us, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking yesterday. That's why I just handballed them.
Yeah.
Giveaways. Dun, dun, dun. So you'll know how to play the game? I know we've got some new names in here. Okay, to play the game. I'm going to tell you how to play each game. There's 3 games here. I'll tell you how to play each game. Follow the instructions that I give you, and you're in the game. What you get is a membership to the bot. So you can see how Edie Purdy has just written ! And the bot replied to her. That's how you do it. That's how you operate the bot. So you get access to the bot. Plus you get your own command.
Jen's tooth.
Plus you get your own command.
Yeah, we have to put that one in. Just put in tooth.
So what you're winning today is membership to the bot and your own command for the bot. So that's the game. I mean, that's the prize, sorry. So we're going to start with active chatters. So if you have typed anything in the last 5 to 10 minutes, you will automatically go into the game. But if you haven't typed anything, you will have to be included in this game. And then we will draw a winner from people who have actually been active in the last few minutes. I'm going to take out moderators. Everybody's in. Active in the last 5 minutes, shall we say? I think that works. 10 gives us more. Let's do 10 minutes. Here we go. Everybody in. Oh, Eddie, Kevin, and Harry's mum are the only ones that have been active.
Carol.
10 minutes.
Too sure?
Dandelion S, AJK.
Edie, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's Joanna.
We got Joanna. Cool. Type anything you like, guys. You just got to type something and you're in the draw. And when we've got 40 in the chat, or we've got 40 watching, sorry. I don't know how many in the chat. Dandelion S wants tooth by the looks of things. Euron Bukaki lurking, but here. You got to win first. And then I'll let you have when you win, you get a access to it.
Your own personalized command.
We're done. We're all in. This looks like that's all we're going to get. Whoa, you were just caught me, Carrie. Alrighty. 5, 4, 3, 2.
I'll be back.
1. Joanna got us. You win. So let me find your deets. Oh, we gotta go the long way. Okay, give me 1 sec. I forgot to have it open so I can find your deets.
Try.
All right, where are you, Joanna? I know you're here somewhere.
Phenomena.
Where are you? There you are. Joanna Goddess. You win. You get to choose a command for the bot. Let's go add you to the bot list. There you go. What would you like your command to the bot be, and how would you like it to reply? Go, Joanna. Joanna, yay.
Well, Joanna won it. Oh, brilliant.
That's how we do it in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson. I'll allow it. What would you like the bot to? What would you like your command to the bot to be, Joanna? And what would you like it to reply? For those who haven't worked it out yet, if you add an exclamation mark, that's how you operate the bot. She's thinking. All right. You think about it, we'll play the next game. You have a good think, and then when you type it, I'll add it, but we'll play one more game while you're having a think.
We definitely need a couple of Gen ones for tomorrow.
For sure. The tooth. I'm not sure I like the tooth jokes. Anyway.
You can't handle the tooth.
What's our upper range for our random number today? Kev, you get to choose.
Well, we have 46. We have 46 in chat. So
between 1 and 46.
Yep.
There we go. Guess the number, guys. The computer has chosen the number, and you'll have to guess. And then as you're guessing, it gives us hint as to whether you're high or low or close. It's kind of like, what's that game that the kids play? Hot or cold? I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, guess a number between 1 and 46.
That's it. Keep going.
26 is too high. 25 is too high. All too high still. Everyone's too high. Y'all still too high. I've lost my lighter. There it is. Too high, too high. Hang on. Carol M, you're very close. Carol M is close. And everything else is still too high. T Shaw, you are also close. So 5 and 7 are close.
Oh, there's only 3 numbers I think it can be.
6 is close. Whoa, Joanna wins again.
Joanna's on fire.
She is. I don't know what the number is because see how the winner window actually covers up what number she wrote. Let me see. 4. The number is 4. Joanna, you win, and the number is 4 by the looks of that. If people type in too many numbers, and I don't know which one they won on, so it's been difficult trying to follow it. So the number was 4, and Joanna won, and she's already in it for the bot thingy. So let's do a new game.
Have you got your prompt yet, Joanna?
Reset your entries. Hang on.
You get to pick 2 now.
I'm going to make it harder this time. I'm going to go between 1 and 100. Here we go. New number. Drum roll. New number between 1 and 100 this time. I would do the drum roll sound if I could, but I can't. Have another go, Dandy. Between 1 and 100. Let's go. All right, you're all too high. Everybody too high. Too high. So if 21 is even too high, you've all got to get below 21. 13 is close. So who did that? Carrie Brooke, that's 13. That's very close. What are you giggling at?
Strong like exclamation Kevin sounds nothing like whiffing.
Yay, Carrie, you got it. Carrie wins on, I think it's 10. Now let me get your deets. Whoops. Chat's moving. Moving. Okay. You got your deeds? No, that's the wrong person. Hang on. God damn it. The chat's moving and I can't catch you. Got you now. Carrie, you are in. Let's go and add you to the bot list. Carrie is in. There you are, Carrie. All right, so hit me with command. I don't want to rack up too many at once. So I've forgotten who the other person was. Joanna and Carrie. What's your command and how do you want the bot to respond? And then once I've got it in there, you can test it to make sure it works for you. I'm not fond of the tooth jokes because I got tooth problems myself at the moment. As I see people making tooth jokes, I'm like, yeah, another month before I'm even going to turn the camera on. I have some temporary...
There is one somewhere. And I'll go through it. Jeez, the list is getting longer.
It's getting longer.
There it is, Jen.
The respond is smooth as butter. You want AJ. And the respond is smooth as butter.
So there's the How's long one.
We've already got an AJ, so let's just do it as Alan. Smooth as butter. How's that? Can we have a emoticon? Butter. Look at that. Smooth as butter. There you go. Stick of butter. And that is for regulars. All right, now it's your turn. Who was that for? That was Joanna's.
That's Joanna.
Now it's
just so you know, just so they know that once you're in as a regular, you can actually trigger any of the members' prompts, not just the one you pick.
As a regular, you get your own, plus you can operate anyone else's as well. And you're going to have to do it as Alan because we already had an AJ. I had to change your command to Alan. I'll show you the AJ we already had. Whoops, wrong button. We already had AJ do it. So you now got Alan, smooth as butter. Or it could have just been Jackson if you preferred, but it was longer to write Jackson, so...
Come back. Who won?
Carrie, what would you like? Lots of people won. You were away for too long.
Well, the mechanic was a chatter.
Carrie and Joanna. We're waiting for Carrie's. Glad my name is spelled Carrie and not Carrie. Kerry. Not that Kerry. No, Carrie. Because I'm Aussie, I can say it right. Nobody else can say it right.
Oh, you were saying something funny yesterday that you were saying wrong. I'll have to remember what it is because I was chuckling every time you said it.
Keep the prompt short. It doesn't have to be a big long word.
Yep. Carrie, what would you like for a prompt, and what would you like the reply to be? Is there a lally or what if any? No, you can have a lally. You can have a lally, what if any? Sure. Let's get
Lally's there already.
Have we got a lally? Hang on.
Yeah. What if anything am I doing here?
If I just type lally. No, we haven't got a lally.
We have. I just typed it in.
Did I misspell it? Lally, what if anything am I doing here? Why is it not telling me we've got a lally then? Look, I've got it there and it's saying no, we don't have a lally. Interesting. Yeah, organize this into there it is. What if anything am I doing here? Found it. We do have a lally. Okay, a lally gag. Okay. And what would you like Lollygag to be?
Sucked in hanky.
Lollygag.
Behave, Michelle.
Yeah. Suck my dick, Hank.
I can just see him sitting there doing that. You know, like Muttley on.
Yeah.
Eat shit, Hank.
Wheeze and giggle.
Wouldn't you just love to be inside Lally's home when he comes in home from a day at the trial?
Brennan, are you and Alan friends? That looks good. I like that one. Let's do that one. Brennan, are you and Lally friends? Oops.
I would put it as friends, FWENDS.
Friends.
She's got Alan friends, not Lally.
Oh, are you and Alan friends? There you go. Switch that over to regular. And there you go. All right, one more game, and it's going to be a keyword game. What's our keyword going to be today, guys? Your turn, Michelle. What's the keyword today?
Oh.
What's the keyword thing?
I don't know how to spell that.
Hang on. Oh, don't go.
What's the keyword game?
Where they've just got to type it.
Yeah, the first one to type it wins.
They're just going to say,
oh, okay.
Tooth.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
All right, I'll let you have tooth. I'll let you have it because it's not one that's sticking to the sticking there. So tooth. So what we got to do is the keyword is tooth. You got to have the exclamation mark in front for the bot to recognize it. Exclamation mark tooth, and the first one to type it into chat wins. So are you ready? Are you steady? Go. Now we got to wait for a minute because they're behind us. No,
is it tooth as in TH or tooth as in F?
F.
F.
Tooth with an F.
Corn
Pope. She's like
mods are not allowed.
She's actually got less delay than the rest of the chat, so she was on it.
There you go, Mr. Yannetti, I reckon.
Mr. Yannetti, you win.
And she's still getting it wrong.
All right, so Mr. Yannetti, you're in. I'm going to grab your thingy, but we're also going to choose an overall winner as well. Give me one sec. There's the channel. Get Mr. Yannetti, my favorite lawyer of all of them. And I'm going to add you. New Mr. Yannetti, you're in. Now let me go back to the game. Oh, shit. I messed it up. I moved off the page and I messed it up. Dang. All right. New keyword, just to give everyone another go because I fucked it up. Moved off the page.
Language.
New keyword.
Go, Kevin.
What?
I'm gonna use yours, Michelle. Dingo.
Danganong. What is another town in Australia?
Took my baby.
Dingo. Everyone type dingo. This time we'll draw. Everyone types it. Everyone gets one entry, and then I'll draw from all of your entries. So last one was a race. This one you're all in so long as you type it. Dingo.
Dingo.
Zippo.
Zippo.
I know what a Zippo is.
I spent a fortune on bloody Zippos over my time. My bloody ex-husband used to lose them, and I'd get them engraved and everything. Bloody numbnut.
I've got a Harlequin Zippo. You know how you get Harlequin paint and it changes color depending on what angle you hold it?
Oh.
A dingo ate my baby. Joanna, the exclamation mark is the command for the bot, not the hashtag. Hashtag dingo. All right, guys, we've only got two.
Bingo. Dandy bingo.
Bingo from Dandy. Dingo with a exclamation mark in front. Dingo, if you want to be in the draw. Tripping Gauntlet. Carrie, you're in again. Dandy, you're in. Corn Pope, you're in. Anonymous Virtue, you're in. Carol M, you're in. Is that it?
Kevin, look at him sneaking in there. Oh.
Yeah, but I turned off mods. Even though you're in, you can't win because it's
boo.
Sucked in.
I turned off mods for winning this time because you guys can just tell me what command you want and I'll put it in there.
Yeah, he's just cut because I won yesterday twice.
Right.
I'm saying nothing.
All right, Mr. Unetti's in. We've got 8 entries for the game. All right, let's go. Who's the winner? Mr. Unetti, you win again.
Oh, I made it in. Look.
You win again. All right. Another command, Mr. Unetti. What would you like? You already got access, so let's give you another command. Anything you like. Carol M wants love. Dingo, congratulations, Mr. Unetti, you won. I wore dingo boots back in the day, you did?
What
would
the hell
you
are
like?
dingo boots?
I don't know. I've never heard of dingo boots.
Come on, strong leg. What are you talking about?
We should
talk about Willis.
We both thought of that together. The Aussie humour is going to like what's the word for it? Jinx each other. We're gonna jinx.
Yeah, jinx.
Manipulation and corruption in a washed up body for Mr. Unetti. I think we already have a Jen. Let me just check.
We do, yeah.
We have a Jen.
We have a Jen.
We have a Jen.
Something about Carrie.
Yeah, house long. So change your command from Jen, but you can still have it in a washed up body. I think we've also got a JM, haven't we?
No, I don't think we've. Oh, we do. Jen.
What about macabre?
What about a JMC for a JM McCabe?
Yeah, or Jen M, or whatever.
Yeah. Manipulation and corruption in a washed up body. All right, let's do JMC. JMC. Manip.
Maybe. Ooh.
Trying to Google dingo boots. Strong leg reckons they're a brand name.
Shall we do a spewy at the end? There you go.
Weed whacker, huh?
Here you go. JMC it is for your command. See it here?
I need you to send me an updated CSV there later.
Right. I'm just looking at dingo boots. Wait a second. One job at a time. I mean, it's obviously...
They're cowboy boots.
Oh, actually, they look all right. I didn't know they had dingo boots.
Have you got vintage ones?
Have we got what?
I'm asking who is it? Strong leg. Have you got vintage ones?
Vintage dingo boots. Well, they have to be vintage by now. I don't think you can just knock off dingoes anymore, can you?
I would doubt the real dingo.
Well, they're not having a cull yet.
I would doubt the real dingo. I'd say it's more just a name, is it?
Do you want it to be McAlbert's, Mr. Unetti? Mr. Yannetti, do you want it to be McAlbert's? I'll allow it. If that's what you would like.
What's this I love Brian Albert bot? What? Oh, that's Higgins.
Higgy kissing lips. The Photoshop on Jen's beach pic is something. Are they real dingoes? I don't know. For what I know, actually,
No.
they have culling every now and again, so maybe they are still making dingo boots. They have a dingo.
I doubt they're made from
they're
dingo, are they?
just cashing in on the Aussies.
That's just a brand name.
As they do. They like copying the Aussies.
Yeah.
And they say how much they hate us.
Probably cowhide, just with a dingo brand, right?
They're made in Missouri in America.
Yeah. They ain't got no dingoes in America.
Yeah,
with
Dan
the ring on the
Post.
side.
They'd be coyote boots.
I have a few pairs of boots there, cowboy boots.
Oh, that's the dingo brand with the ring on the side. Follow ya. I follow you. That's what you're talking about, right? With the ring on the side. It's
I
a
own a couple
brand,
of pairs.
and it is cow leather. There you go. Teemu dingoes. And there is Teemu. Look, see the second, the fourth, and fifth, and sixth are all Teemu dingoes. All right, so there you go. The bot's programmed. It's doing all the things. All the things. We currently have, how many commands do we have? Oh, it doesn't tell me how many, but I will copy these into a spreadsheet for you again today, Kevy, and post.
Right, good on you.
I'll post a copy of it on Aussie's members Discord so that you all can have a list at your fingertips. Actually, Kevin, do you have do you have Google Drive?
I know I have access to it. I used it years ago, but I was able to get into it. I can figure it out anyway.
Well, either can I give you access? I think I can give you editor access. If I create a spreadsheet on my Google Drive, and then I just keep it updated, and then you can just access it, edit it, share it, everybody, and then I'll make it public for everybody as well. Put you in as an editor.
Yeah, well, you could just, if you just put the CSV into the public Discord for the members. I suppose the non-members then can't get at it.
Yeah, so I'll make it a public. I'll build a public one. I'll do today's updates as a public one. I'll share it with you all. All right, you guys chat with each other. I will mute and I'll go and build this spreadsheet because it's only a couple of pages right now, so it'll be easy. It'll be fun, they said.
The dandelion. What's they got? Dingo boots are 100% dingo free. They have no dingoes were harmed in the makings of these boots.
All right, I'm going to mute so I'm not making noises because I'm going to be clicking and typing, all right?
All right.
Oh, me and you again, Michelle.
Okay, Kevy, take it away.
Sorry, chat.
I know. How boring. I don't know why she wanted me up here. I think to prove to a certain person that I'm not her. And you're not her. And I'm not you.
Yeah, there you go. We're not each other.
Us three, aren't we? Or
we're not sock accounts. We're not sock accounts. Yeah.
We're sucker to your baby accounts.
Yeah. It's hilarious to watch that going on. Like,
I haven't seen it for a while. I don't even look at any of them. None of them who are in all that bullshit.
But there's a load of them on X there. They all think there's a load of accounts that are all Karen Reid. And it's hilarious watching the banter going back and forward. You just know the way they're talking, they're not Karen Reid, but the idiots just won't let it go.
Oh, that's nice, strong leg. Yeah, everyone's welcome. We appreciate you being here.
Absolutely, 100%.
And
We
Carrie?
like the fun. We like the fun over here.
Yeah, we're not a stuffy chat show.
No.
And
You
yet,
just have to be careful.
very informative. Aussie's very informative. She's got the goods.
Oh, she has. Yeah.
She brings the goods.
I was convinced for a long time that AI Aussie Insider was actually AI.
Sorry, what was that?
I was convinced for a long time that Aussie Insider was AI.
Well, her initials are AI. That's
Yeah,
what
I
I
know.
said to her. I went,
Careful now, I can hear you.
oh,
But
Jesus.
she never seems to sleep or take a break.
No,
Anyway,
she's a worker.
Commands. Yeah, it's going to be nothing but break for the next, I don't know how many weeks now. Unfortunately. And it's like, it's right at the point where I need to be online and to be shredding the videos and stuff. So it's a pain in the butt. All right, we're nearly there, guys. We are nearly there. I just got to import it now.
What are you crocheting, tripping the gauntlet? Is it rage crocheting?
oh, Rage Crow. There was a group in Melanie Little's chat there for a long time that they set up an actual group for Rage Crochet.
Yeah, but she's actually said she's sitting there crocheting, listening to with friends. Oh, I'm
see that.
assuming it's a she. It could be a guy. Guys can crochet.
I don't know if you're aware of that, Trippin, but there's a group in Melanie Little's chat. They do Rage Crocheting when they're watching the trial.
All right, we're done. We got it. So I'm going to write command there and reply, and then who can access it. All right.
If I can remember how to get into this now.
Where are we going to put the link for it so that everyone can get it, not just members?
You get in through your Gmail, don't you, to Google Drive?
Through Gmail, yeah.
Where am
All
I?
right.
Google Calendar. Keep.
Let me go a save. Hang on. What commands for the title? And then I will share it in the chat. Permissions are, yeah, where's the permissions? Oh, share.
Hold on a second. How do I get to Google Drive? Aha, gotcha. Right, I'm in my Google Drive.
It's too late. It's already built and it's in mine. Share with others. Here we go.
Comes through email, does it?
Anyway, I'm going to post the link shortly. Give me 1 sec. Share with others. I will sort out access for you when we're offline, Kev.
Oh, happy days. Okay.
Copy the link. Done. Hang on. Viewer. Everyone can view it. Cool. Cool. All right. Here's the link, guys, to the spreadsheet of everything the bot can do. So what you need to do is look at which commands you can have access to, because anything that says moderator, you won't be able to operate. Bot commands, anything that says regular, if you have won a game on any of our streams, you have access to regular, and anything that says everyone, you all can access it. But there's the sheet. Someone give me a confirmation that they can follow that link and see the bot commands. Yep, we've got.
Yep, I got it. Took me straight to it.
Nice. All right. So we'll share it every chat. We'll share the bot commands with you, and update it after every game. So we're doing games at the end of every stream. Everyone gets a chance to be a regular in the bot list, and have their own personal command. And then any of the commands that says everyone, you all can access it. And then, yeah, every stream that we have, we'll do another competition and you'll all get another go. So I would like to have had a lot more Gen ones for tomorrow, but because I don't like the tooth jokes, we're probably not going to have a lot. We've got JM and Jen, and we got, I forget what else we got in the J's.
I'll tell you now. Jackson, Jen, JM.
Yeah.
And then you have that J Mac one that you did, or Jen Mac, whatever it was. Or
here in the J's. So we've got Jen, JM, and JMC so far. So there you go. And the longer you all carry on about tooths, the longer it's going to be before I put myself on camera, because I've got tooth issues, okay? In exactly the same spot in the bottom jaw that everyone else is making fun of her for.
I reckon hers was missing. It wasn't missing. It was just crooked.
It's just crooked, right? Mine's actually missing. But
I thought Brian Albert just smacked it out of her. Wasn't there a theory going around from last trial that the image of her looked like, or she had bruising on the right side of her face or the left side of her face?
No, I think so. Yeah.
Nicole, I thought that was Coco saying they said she looked like she got smacked.
No, but you could actually see it when you looked at her on the stand, Jen McCabe. You could see what looked like bruising.
It's probably a shadow.
It looks like bruising.
No, the shadows in the courtroom were shocking in the last one. That's why they put that curtain up.
It's a better story if you go with bruising. You could just see Brian beating the testimony into her the night before.
Struggling.
Would Alan be reprimanded if he said to Jen, "Why such a long face?"
Why such a see you next Tuesday?
Yeah, exactly.
Why such a long face? Isn't that a horse joke? No.
Yeah.
Someone did a meme of her face on a horse and Alan Jackson on the back of the horse, and it's like he's whipping it around the ring. That was last trial. I thought that was pretty funny. All right, guys, I think we're done. We're done.
If you could get him riding a horse now with Hank Brennan's face on it.
With Hank Brennan. I don't have time to fuck around with the bloody AIs. Like, you got to find the right one to do what you want it to do. They don't all do the same thing. So you end up spending more time fucking around with them and trying to get into one and trying to get a freebie out of one than actually getting the 2-second clip that you want. All right, guys, I think we're done. It doesn't look like these two want to do a live while I'm away. So
Kevin doesn't want to do it. I'd back him up if he wanted to do it, but it's going to be pretty boring, to be honest. Like,
you'll held the fort. Yeah. Well, it depends what goes down tomorrow. You might actually be venting and have plenty to say.
Oh, well, give Kevin the option to set it up, and
I'll leave you the keys.
Leave him the keys. Key to the castle.
That's dangerous. That you can find me in you can find me in a ditch somewhere.
Are you worried about the tech side of setting it up? Because that's really easy. Like, you know how easy it was for you to join in. That's how easy it is to run this.
It takes a certain amount of skill and practice to do what you do, Ozzy. It's not.
What's Cornpoke saying? Look, read Cornpoke's thing.
Cornpay. Oh my God, Andrea Burkhart just got a letter from the court in Massachusetts saying she is a disappointment. What? From the court? All right. Wait.
All the
before
lawyers
we
on
hang up-
YouTube.
Wait. Let's go get Andrea. Wait.
Apparently, all the lawyers are getting on YouTube are getting them.
Ugh. Or disappointment
Fuck
because
off.
they're not
No
following their
way.
bloody bullshit.
She's not live, so it must be on X. Is it on X? Cornpay.
Where did you see that?
Andrea, come on. Burkhart. Is it on
That
X?
would be on. To be mainstream media would be carrying that if it were true.
No posts on X.
No, hang on. Hmm.
She's still typing here. No, she knows.
Yeah. Runkle's put something up.
Runkle did.
See it here.
Yeah,
Kind of
anyway,
annoyed I didn't get one of
encourage
these.
it.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Runkle of the Bailey.
Right, I've just now here. I have the link here. I'll give it to you.
It's all right. I've got Runkle's up. Let me just switch over to it. We can all find it together. Here we go.
I put it in the wrong one. Fuck it.
All right, I'll follow your link. Oops, hang on. Yeah, that way I can follow it. There we go. All right, and now they're emailing YouTubers. It's beyond laughable at this point. Megan, do you see the email they're starting to send out to all the lawyers? They started, Andrea Burkhart, it's disgusting. Dear Miss Burkhart, I wrote to you today. It's not from the court, but it's from some dickhead on Proton.
AKR.
All right, let's read it. I wrote to you today, not with the intent to battle, but with a deep, unwavering sense of disappointment. Should we get out fucking Ian's little tiny violin? It is a disappointment born of watching someone who, with all the tools at their disposal, has chosen to squander the potential for meaningful contribution in the legal sphere.
It's Plevin. 100% it's Plevin.
Or coffin doofus.
Or coffin
No, it's too much drama and attempt to be a literary genius in this one.
You possess an education, a platform, and a voice that could be used for tremendous good. And yet, despite these privileges, you have consistently failed to meet the most basic standards of responsibility and intellectual rigor in your commentary on legal matters. Says fucking who? Fucking loudmouth from fucking the internet.
There has to be someone.
They're doing good. They're just not doing the good that they want them to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, they just don't agree with what they have to say.
There was a time when your commentary may have seemed insightful to some, when it appeared that you could bring a level of understanding and clarity to complex legal issues. She still does, dude. I'm going to say dude because I think you're right, Kevin. I reckon it's freaking Plevin.
Oh, it has Plevin all over. I'm reading the other page here. I'm kind of ahead of you.
However, it has become increasingly evident that your grasp on the law is shallow at best. Shallow?
No.
The fucking law. You don't get deep and shallow with the law. It's only the law. It's black and white, dude. Distorting the facts, promoting unfounded theories, and aligning yourself with narratives that have little to no basis in reality. Wow, it's starting to sound like fucking B.A. Morrissey. You make claims that sound authoritative, but upon closer inspection, they fall apart, revealing a disheartening ignorance of the very principles you claim to represent. He's been reading something. Because that whole sentence there, that came from something else. Oh, I can't highlight the sentence. That came from something else, and I cannot remember what. He's been reading something. You've become an expert at building a narrative that fits your personal agenda, one that thrives on speculation and sensationalism rather than evidence and reason. What evidence are you looking at, dickhead? You represent yourself as an authority, but in reality, your words are nothing more than artifice. Nothing more than an artifice. A carefully constructed facade designed to maintain your relevance in digital age. You calling her a grifter? Listen here, see you next Tuesday.
Jason
Oh, my
Bryce will have
friend
a good take on
Cindy,
this.
grifter. Sorry.
I'm saying Jason will have a good take on this.
Yeah, he'll have fun with it for sure. Where was I up to? Grifter. Is often more valuable than truth. You cherry pick facts, ignore key pieces of evidence, and deliberately mislead your audience into believing that your version of events is the correct one. A result of a growing list of errors and oversights that undermine any credibility you once may have had. This writing is so freaking tiny. I'm struggling with it. I can't do anything with it. If I do that, I'm going to miss some of it. So,
where is it? Where are you?
But beyond the technical inaccuracies, there is something more insidious at play here. The moral failure of your commentary. You have the power to shape public opinion, to bring attention to cases that deserve scrutiny, and to educate the public about the intricacies of law, which you're not doing. The intricacies of law is really what you're missing here, buddy. Yet you squander that power for the sake of momentary praise. You speak about legal cases with all confidence in the world, but do you truly understand the stakes? Do you grasp the lives that hang in the balance with every case you cover? Your words, your decisions, your failure to engage thoughtfully with the material are not just damaging to the cases at hand, they are damaging the very idea of justice itself. Feels like this should be a letter to Bev, actually.
Yeah. And Brennan.
Exactly. You have a
Right,
responsibility, Miss Burkhart. A responsibility to the truth, to the victims, to the families who are watching, and to the public that looks to you for guidance. But rather than shouldering that responsibility, you have chosen to place your ego and self-interest at the forefront. The result is a body of work that is not only unreliable, but also irresponsible and harmful. You've become a figure that feeds off controversy, not because you are truly seeking to uncover the truth, but because controversy brings attention. But what happens when that attention fades? What happens when your audience grows weary of the constant cycle of misdirection? You will be left with nothing but the hollow echoes of your own self-importance.
Oh, this is Plevin.
Definitely Plevin.
Yeah.
And
all I heard, sorry.
Go ahead, Michelle, sorry.
All I heard in that whole thing was, to the windows, to the walls, as the sweat runs down my balls. Oops.
Oh, Alex, she fell off the chair.
No, I didn't. I just kicked my coffee cup. I put it over away from me. No, I wouldn't knock it. I just knocked the bloody thing. Sorry.
What is truly disheartening is that at some level you must know this. The moments of hesitation in your voice, the glimmers of doubt that occasionally surface when you realize your narrative is not holding up. These are little telltale signs that you understand the emphasis of your words. And yet, despite this awareness, you continue down the same path, clinging to a facade of authority that grows weaker with each passing day. It's as though you are trying to convince not just your audience, but yourself that you are something you are not. You are not a legal expert. You are not a truth seeker, and you are not the wise figure you portray. You can take over, Kevin. I'm up to instead.
Oh,
if
God.
you can keep it together long enough.
I don't think I can. This is just where were we up to? Hold on.
Instead, on the first page, and 1, 2,
Okay,
third from
see
the
it.
bottom.
I can see it fine. Instead, you are a figure trapped by your own ego, willing to sacrifice your integrity, your credibility, and ultimately your humanity for the sake of attention and approval. You've taken something that could have been a vehicle for education, for justice, and for true intellectual engagement and turned it into a performance, a shallow manufactured spectacle designed to attract viewers, likes, and subscriptions. But when the applause dies down and the cameras are no longer rolling, you will be left with the deep emptiness of knowing that you failed to live up to the potential that once lay before you. And let us not forget the human cost of this all. Behind the cases you cover, behind the sensational headlines, there are real people whose lives are being torn apart. There are families grieving, individuals who have suffered irreparable loss, and communities searching for answers. You reduce their pain to mere entertainment, a storyline to be manipulated and molded to fit your narrative. In doing so, you show a complete disregard for the humanity of those involved in these cases. You have become so absorbed in your own world of self-promotion that you have lost sight of the very real consequences your words carry. People are watching, Miss Burkhardt. People who are affected by the cases you cover. People who are desperate for clarity, for truth, for some semblance of justice. And yet, instead of providing them with that, you serve them a diet of half truths and contradictions. You confuse them, mislead them, and leave them with a distorted view of the cases you cover. What will you do when these people who once trusted you realize they have been misled? Will you apologize? Will you acknowledge the harm you have caused? Or will you continue to hide behind your platform, pretending that everything is fine, that your errors don't matter, that your audience doesn't deserve better?
Bloody hell.
Jesus Christ almighty, is this fucking Winston Churchill after World War II or something? It's illegal.
You have a choice, Miss Burkhardt. You can continue down this path of self-interest, of chasing fleeting fame and approval, or you can use your platform for something far more meaningful. You can reclaim your integrity and choose to use your knowledge and voice for the betterment of others. But at this moment, the reality is that you are squandering an opportunity, one that could have been used to elevate the discourse, to inform the public, to bring clarity into complex legal matters, sorry. Instead, you have chosen to perpetuate a cycle of misinformation and sensationalism, all for the sake of personal gain.
Oh, shit.
Hold on, Carvo said it's better in a Scottish accent. Do you think so?
Keep going then, so I ask you.
So I ask you, what will your legacy be? Will it be one of intellectual dishonesty, of arrogance, of ego? Or will you take a hard look at yourself and decide to rise above the noise, to embrace the true responsibility that comes with your platform, and to become a voice for truth, for clarity and justice? The choice is yours, Miss Burkhardt, but remember, the clock is ticking. And when your audience finally sees you for what you truly are, not an authority, but a fraud, it will be too late. Yours in disappointed hope, a witness to your missed potential, watching with sorrow, not anger. Was that Scottish enough for you?
I thought you sounded like a pirate, but...
That was that 100% was Scottish, Michelle.
You didn't say I'll be fucked at the end.
No, that'll be Irish.
Oh, sorry.
I'll be
too confused. It's the same.
We're all the one. We're all the one. The Scottish
are
only
the
Irish.
Kiwis, apparently, we're all the same.
The definition of an Irishman is a Scot who could swim.
Look how they signed it. Yours in disappointed hope, a witness to your misled potential, watching with sorrow, not anger.
Yeah. It's unreal. I'm not sure it's Plevin. There's a lot of his hallmarks in that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a joint effort between a couple of them.
It's probably Hanky.
So
There's that one, Nebuchadnezzar, or whatever the hell they call him on X. He seems to like to write, or she, whoever they are, seems to like to write like this.
Yeah, if you don't like Andrew, don't fucking tune in. Moron.
Correct. It's a legal opinion. That's it. It's an opinion. And to be fair, Andrea is the more balanced of probably all of them. She will give credit to the prosecution when they do something.
People are going like, "Can you give me the TLDR?" No, you got to read to enjoy it. People are asking for a TLDR. I'm blind. Can you give me the TLDR? That's pretty funny.
Can you summarize? I'm fine. Andrea is a disgrace because she thinks Karen is innocent.
I don't know that she's got to the point where she thinks she's innocent. I think she's got to the point where she thinks that Karen Reid's got many appealable issues that she has seen herself, and she's an appellate lawyer, and that's why she watches these trials, because she's looking for the appellate issues. She sees that she's been railroaded, that the entire thing's a fucking joke. It's a clown show. But I don't know. I've heard her actually say Karen Reid is innocent.
No, she's definitely free, Karen Reid. Definitely, but she at least tries to be balanced.
Right, but she doesn't say Karen Reid is innocent outright. She's definitely
not at all. No. Like if the prosecution does something right, and like even today she said something about Whiffen when Brennan went back up and redirect to try and rehabilitate Whiffen. He did a couple of things right, and she pointed it out that was good by Brennan. I can't remember what it was. It didn't really matter, but she will do that, and she does it constantly. But ultimately, I think she gives a great legal opinion, great balanced opinion.
Judge
and she goes, well, the appellate thing is at the center of what she does. She does go into the actual trial side of it as well.
Yeah, no, I think she's very proficient at what she does, but because she understands not just the trial side of it, but also the appellate side of it too. And then, we have actual prosecutors, like the Johnson County prosecutor. He's like, this is a freaking shit show. What the hell am I looking at? Like the rest of us. So, I don't think she's alone. Like just writing that to Andrea alone is like jealous.
Look at Carl's Johnson's.
But I think Corn Pope said it's going out to all the YouTubers, all the pro or free Karen Reid.
Well, I won't get one because I don't put my email out there. Nobody's got my email.
And you're not a lawyer. It seems to be aimed at lawyers.
It does, but I don't put my email out there for this reason.
Send out to all.
Because when you get haters, then all of a sudden your email's full of hate. You got to go to your comments, they're full of hate. Then you got to go to your emails, they're full of hate. And then you got to go, everything's full of hate. So I prefer to just not put my email out there. Join the Discord where I got some control over booting your ass.
Runkle's disappointed he didn't get one.
Did you see Brennan was added to the mass Brady list for prosecutor misconduct? I don't even think that's a real website, Carrie. Sorry.
Hold on a second.
I don't think that's a real website. I think someone has created it, and I think it's funny, but I don't think it's real.
Which one's that?
Oh, sorry, Carrie. I called you Carl.
The Massachusetts Brady list.
Right.
I've had the link for it for a while, but I don't know where it is right now. But it's not.
It's not the real deal.
It looks cool, like it looks like it could pass, but it's not the real deal, no. 12:59, he wasn't in the house. And it was a good fact for the Commonwealth.
Well, I've been blocked from it.
12:59, his phone wasn't in the house. Where he was, we don't know. he couldn't have been in the house. Maybe the writers is jealous. I think that's what it is, because Andrea's actually jumped up in views. So her kickoff as a law tuber was when she was covering the Depp v. Heard case. And she does like to cover these like Me Too type cases where she can see it's quite obviously not a Me Too case. It's just a setup. So when she's got a case where she feels that's what's happening, just given the evidence in the case, that's generally what she covers. That's how she got hooked on the Depp versus Heard case. And then she started, rubbing shoulders with the other law tubers. And quite often all the law tubers were on each other's channels watching the Depp v. Heard trial together. And that's where the clips started. I made some clips back then, although I was doing long form clips back then. I've cut it right down to like way short form. I was doing long form. Other people were doing short form. So that's where the clips all sort of started, with the Depp v. Heard, and all the lawyers became known as LawTube. That was a phrase that Riquetta had actually coined, calling them all LawTube. And then there was a big argument over whether they could be bothered being called a group like that. It went on, and then eventually they kind of fractured and went their own separate ways. So, but they're all still in my heart. They're always going to be LawTube. But because some of them don't like that phrasing, that they were never on board with being, grouped in like that. And that's why I label all of my videos attorneys react, not LawTube. If I've got Baker in there and people who are not part of the attorney group, but they're friends with all the lawyers, they go on the lawyers' channels. Baker's actually a full-time juror. So they've got that sort of background. I will call it LawTube. And then I'm still sure that they're not happy with me calling it LawTube, but if it's attorneys react, it's going to be all attorneys in the mashup. If it's LawTube reacts, then it's going to be a mix of, jurors and commentators and attorneys. So just to fill you in on how I'm labeling the videos these days, but trying not to step on toes is the bottom line.
I don't think you really would. There doesn't seem to be any of them out there that are kind of egotists in that regard.
Yeah.
I think they don't mind. I don't think they mind their work being clipped and shown, and it's not like the rest of the YouTubers, the Wild West, regarding striking and that.
Yeah. Yeah, she was a very early adopter of the Depp v. Heard, right back to the UK trial. You're right. That's when I started covering it, in the UK trial, and all the evidence got sort of like dumped out in the public through the UK trial, is when I started following it. So,
like, I normally avoid all that celebrity crap. It just drives me bananas.
Oh, that was the best trial. That was funny.
But the second trial, the one in America, but I forget that lawyer's name, Johnny Depp's lawyer. She was absolutely outstanding.
Okay, you're right, Corn Pope. It was a leader who coined LawTube, and it was Rackets who said, "No, I don't want to be part of a LawTube." Thank you.
What was that?
It was Alita from Legal Bites who coined the term LawTube.
Okay.
And Rekieta said, "No, don't want to be part of no LawTube." So
where is he now?
He's back. He's actually covering the Karen Reid trial right now. But I'm not watching. I'm not including their commentary or watching them yet, because they're still at the start. They didn't watch trial 1.0. They've seen no pre-trial hearings. They don't know what the circus is that we're all following yet. But I'm sure they'll get there, and they will actually appear in a mashup. So it's Rekieta and who's the other one? Corn Pope. It's Rekieta and Law of Self-Defense. I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
I can't keep up with them all. I only fell into the Rekieta thing because somebody else brought it up on their show that he gone off the rails. So I started following it, and then the arrest came, and
yeah,
there was a whole load of drama. A lot of ones then opining how he'd fallen from grace.
He did fall from grace. Andrew Brunker, thank you. That's
I
his
think
name.
it was spectacular fall from grace.
Recader, so Nick Recader and Andrew Brunker. And Recader's channel is Recader Law. And isn't it? And Andrew Brunker's is, I think it's Law of Self-Defense. And I think they're streaming it on both, if I remember correctly. I remember going through the feed the other day, seeing both of them. So I think they're streaming it to both. If you just want to watch another set of law tubers actually trip over their feet coming into it, because right now, like I watched it the other day.
The problem I find, and I've tried, when I came into it all, it was purely by accident. I started watching what you call your man Darrell Brooks on Law and Crime.
Books, right.
Before that, I would watch the pre-recorded true crimers, like the documentary style videos. I wasn't watching live trials. But that Brooks trial just captured me.
Oh, Darrell Brooks.
Yeah.
Darrell Brooks. Oh, that was awesome. I love that one too.
It was, yeah. Apparently he's defending himself again now in some other trial. Same judge again too. But then came along the Karen Reid, and I just didn't like what was going on in the chat. So I started searching. I went from there to Court TV. I went to Melanie Little. I went to a few others, came back to Melanie Little. Long story short, finished in Melanie Little, and then discovered you, Ozzy, through Melanie Little's channel. And I started following you.
A shout out for Melanie Little. That's where I picked you up from.
Yeah, 100%. But it took me a while of moving around and jumping from show to show, because I tried to give it the balance thing, to look at the both sides of it in the beginning, because I knew nothing about the trial. I didn't know any of the history. The trial had already started, actually. There were a few days, maybe even a week into the trial, when I started watching.
Yep. So Bronca has lost interest already because it's not self-defense. Andrew Bronca, so the law of self-defense.
Okay.
He's ditched, but Nick Recader is still covering it. But Nick will catch on. He was going through his own dramas through all of the pre-trial and last trial and all that sort of shit. In fact, it was right at the start of the last trial when he fell into his own dramas. So he's just coming back from that. He'll do really well to come back from it on this case because it's so widely viewed. His channel picked up quickest at all the law tubers. He's picked up the quickest. So from covering, I think it was the other self-defense trial. I can't think of the kid's name, but that really highly charged political one. And then he moved straight into the Depp v. Heard, and that's where he picked all his crowd up from those two cases. So it was interesting to see him skyrocket.
I can't remember when I fell into Depp v. Heard, but the point I was making there is there's so many creators out there. I can't keep up with them all.
Because
I'm afraid.
Now.
Say again, sorry.
Because they're all covering it now.
There's a lot more.
Emily.
Sorry, Michelle.
I started with Emily with the Depp v. Heard.
Right.
And Darrell.
I honestly could not tell you which law tuber I started with, but I'm sure it was the Depp v. Heard. I think it was a whole stream of everybody together, I think. And I was like, oh my God, these are all lawyers. Oh my God, they're all so smart. So then I watched them all separately and whenever they were together. So, but I don't remember which one first caught my attention. I think it might have been a leader's channel, actually.
Well, I had Emily, and then Turtle Boy kept coming up. She kept mentioning Turtle Boy. And I went, oh, what's this? And then I jumped on Turtle Boy, and then I just went down a rabbit hole of everyone. I've watched so many replays, it's not funny.
Yeah, it gets exhausting after a while too. That's the other side of it.
Yeah, there's some I must watch.
I knew that, Corn Pope. I knew that's where it came from. I did, because he was doing that quite often, wasn't he? You sound like you watch too much rackets, Corn Pope.
Yes, strong leg. I am a cupcake.
you were corn pop before, now you're corn pope. But yes, I remember he was doing. He was the pope of, what was he the pope of? The law pope, wasn't he, or
Oh.
something? It all came from that. Like, no, you didn't tell me. I just knew because I've been watching Nick for ages, like until he fell off the wagon, obviously. But yeah, I just always been watching, so I knew the Pope part of it because that was his thing. He's even got a Pope hat. And then I remember that going down in the chat and him saying it aloud on the stream. So, but I just didn't put two and two together that it was you. And yeah.
Dave's channel has entered the chat there.
From the
Hey,
breaded
Dave.
streams, that's right. The breaded streams. Right.
I like that Beningo chick.
Yeah, she's doing some pretty smart stuff.
Yeah, she's pretty good. And I like it because they're little too. Like it, those, 4 or 5 hour streams. Sorry, Ozzy.
No, that's why I put up 10-minute quickies.
Yeah.
For some reason, because not everyone's got time for the hours and hours of streams. So
yeah, that's my problem, is to keeping up, and I don't like I have this fear of missing out thing.
That's right.
Yeah, me too.
It is
So
crazy.
I like to stick with one creator. So at the moment it's Andrea Burkhardt. I'm following Andrea this time. I followed Melanie for most of the last one, and right up until the start of this one.
Here's the thing, Corn Pope. I didn't put the two and two together until you just said it all now. I knew that the name Corn Pope came from Nick's stream, but I didn't know it was you that it came from Nick's stream from. I just thought someone else who watches Nick's stream decided it was funny and used that name. So I'm only just putting it all together now. It is crazy.
Yeah, it's fascinating. The one thing I love is, and it's something the Americans should be proud of, is how public the coverage of their legal system is. Like in Ireland here, you get nothing, very little, a paragraph, maybe two in a paper every couple of weeks about a case.
Yep.
Yeah.
No cameras, no talking about it. Even the reporting, that most of the names are redacted or blocked. Their name, nobody. There's no pictures of anything.
Thanks for joining us, Ray. She says, I'm behind, but I need to say I'm glad I heard this letter first in your best reading voices.
Thanks, Ray.
I follow Tom. He's the OG. I agree, Dave. He's the OG. For those of you who don't know, Tommy CPU has been on boots on the ground since day dot. He's been dedicated.
Oh yeah, fair play. Yeah.
Dedicated was since day dot. Like, if I'm going to put two people at the top of the list, it's Total Boy and Tommy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, like in the beginning, I struggled with Turtle Boy with the whole brashness of him. I 100% got him what he was doing, and gave him the kudos for what he was doing. Like that case I probably wouldn't have come across the case if it wasn't for the work he did.
Another Melanie follower. There you go. She's my bestie. Discussing microdots and Aussie during a video. Nice. I do have to give a lot of credit to my channel success of late to Melanie Little and the Glera. They both play my videos and shout me out and compliment me and all sorts of stuff. So I'm very grateful that they do that. And I try to help out smaller channels, channels that are smaller than me, and give them shout outs. Although that's come back to bite me on the ass a few times. I'm not going to stop doing it.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Right.
It's a game of numbers, as they say.
It is. So I don't mind shouting out smaller channels. I don't mind shouting out Miss Bonangina. I don't even know how to say her name. Say it again, Michelle.
Benango. Not dingo, but Beningo.
Beningo.
You're
She's a
obsessed with
Beningo
dingo.
dingo. We've adopted her. She's Aussie.
Miss Beningo's channel. Hang on, let me find it for you, and we'll do a little quickie. She does little quickies. We'll watch a quickie together. Let me think what her channel name is first.
I don't belong here or something.
I don't belong here. Exactly. Thank you.
I just have to step away for a moment.
I don't belong here.
I haven't seen. She was doing a stream with her sister. I haven't watched that yet. I'm going to have to go and have a sticky at that.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a real shorty so we can enjoy her together. Where are we? 20 minutes. Alan Jackson exposes Jen McCabe and impeaches Kerry Roberts. That's a 11 minutes. That looks like a good one to go to. She's actually a psychologist or whatever, isn't she? Yeah, psychotherapist or something. Psychotherapist, psychologist. I can't remember, but I'm sure she says
she tells what she is at the beginning.
Yeah. All right, let's switch it over. Let's get the widescreen on. Hit the play button. Volume's good.
Can somebody say holy
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
That was crazy. This is why, for anybody that doesn't understand how you can sit and watch live play-by-play of criminal trials, the answer is what happened today with Kerry Roberts on cross-examination in this case. When you look at Jen McCabe and her behavior on the same day after John was found, man, she works those phones, and her one job, her most important task, was to convince Kerry Roberts of what happened on that day. What happened from the moment that Karen Reed involves her in this case? What happens from the moment of the phone call and every single second after? It was Jen McCabe's job to artfully, carefully manipulate Kerry Roberts. And what we learned today is that she has done that way better, more effectively than any of us could have ever imagined. It sounds, based on what Kerry Roberts said today, like Jen McCabe has kept Kerry Roberts by her side every moment since John passed away. And today, Alan Jackson got Kerry Roberts not only to admit to that exact thing, but to impeach herself by saying, yes, I have been influenced from the second that John passed away by Jen McCabe, and so much so that when I was asked by the grand jury,
you will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In
the answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question, what you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone.
I forgot to tell you, she's also a Melanie watcher.
What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard my client ask anyone
To Google anything.
to Google anything.
I did not.
Did you?
Yet that's what you testified to under oath.
And yet that I did not. And yet that's what you testified under oath, under penalties of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
In front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that,
I did.
The reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct? Object.
Oh, that was a beautiful boom.
The reason that you said that is because someone told you to say that, correct? And Hank Brennan just says object because, you know, he doesn't know what the proper thing to say is in court when you want to object. It's objection, but I'm going to let her answer.
Is that? I'm going to let her answer. Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time.
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms.
The
Roberts, if
timeline
no one
spoke to
told
me.
you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about that.
So the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with,
So the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with,
that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury.
that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury.
Dun, dun, dun.
Correct?
Obviously.
He said
I was
obviously.
telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline you can answer. You wrote.
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
Timeline you wrote.
Back to Samantha because we've all seen
Correct?
this.
Yes.
What did Karen Reed say to Jen McCabe? Carrie reports like a good soldier. Jen was asked to Google how long to die of hypothermia.
Doc.
And guess what Carrie told us today? That never happened. She never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth. And the way that Alan Jackson painted this whole thing, he was very careful. He was very aware of the fact that, you know, he was gentle with Carrie Roberts, which was smart. He had to be. You know, she comes across as an honest, decent person, and you don't want to seem like you're attacking, like you're the monster attacking her. So he was kind. He was careful. He went slowly. But what he absolutely conveyed to the jury today is that Carrie Roberts and everything she has said and done since the morning they found John O'Keefe has been influenced by Jen McCabe every step of the way, including this morning.
Dun, dun, dun. There you go. So if you like her, which I do, go and give her a review. Let me just pop her channel name in here for you. Hang on. I got to switch us back to this view. There we go. And her channel name is come on.
I don't belong here.
Copy link. She's called I Don't Belong Here, but here's the link to her channel for those. It's in the chat now. For those who want to go check her out. She's actually pretty good. I like her. She's got spunk. She's as outraged as we all are. So someone had said this like a little earlier on. You go to the channels that match your level of whatever mood you're in. Generally, I'm just always fucking outraged. Her level of outrage matches mine. Melanie's much the same. Sometimes Andrea brings it up there. So yeah, that's what I do as well. I surf around for who's matching my mood for the day. Okay, so yes, that's cool. I'm glad you all like her. Yep, she's good. So it's the link's in the chat. If I go over this way, I can just feature her for the day. Where am I? I can just feature her as a pinned chat message. So you all got it. It's pinned now to her channel. So her last video was looking at her last upload. The last video was unbelievable evidence of some corruption in the Karen Reed case, which is about that head nod with
to Bev.
To Bev.
Brenda and Bevy.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not gonna say it's actually shit going on. It's weird though. I mean, you can't do that shit in front of a camera and not have people freaking gossip about it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So she just has to be more careful, like how she's conducting this freaking soap opera.
They just don't care. It's bloody baffling. I just don't get it. They don't try and pull themselves up at all.
Ducky's waiting for my day 6 mashup. I just got past the openings. I have to apologize to you all. I am behind with these mashups, but that's okay, because, you know, we're not in a hurry for the mashups. We've heard the court cases, the hearings up until day 6 already. We're not in a hurry for the mashups, and I've got a sick grandma I've got to go attend to. So it's happening. It's just not going to be in a rush. I think I might just do weekly. I might do first week mashup just to wrap it up, because I feel like this week was more outrageous than last week. I don't know. Every week's going to be outrageous. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, well, I think today was kind of the start of it proper. They got their teeth in with the first couple of witnesses, but Jen today's kind of, or Whiffen, sorry, started with Whiffen.
Yeah. So kind of, it's all weird how they're like mixing it all up, but it does make the mashups easier, like, because they're going civilian, expert, civilian, cop, expert, civilian. You know what I mean? So this is kind of what Lally did too. He tried to mix it all up as well, so that it confused the jury more, like trying to piece the story together. So I feel like Brennan's doing the exact same thing, just trying to keep it all separate from each other so that it confuses the jury.
I thought Lally brought them all in order, like all the cops and all the bloody McAlberts and.
Well, if you watch any other case, they do that, right? You get all your EMTs and cops out the way first to establish how the charges came about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell the story in chronological order, basically.
Yeah.
Whereas
So how come you
Brennan,
charged them? Well, here's all the cops, here's all the EMTs. This is who they treated for what. This is what the cops saw and decided to charge for. Now you get into everybody else and the rest of the story.
but there was a lot of time wasted with Lally's. Lally brought a lot of witnesses that weren't relevant to the case at all.
A lot of them were irrelevant, and that's why he did it, though. He did it to confuse the jury, to pack
But
more in.
I think Brennan's trying the same tactic, but in a different way. Instead of bringing in the irrelevant witnesses, he's mixing up the testimony to try and confuse the jury a little.
And then throwing in Karen's clips.
Yeah.
Half clips. Selected.
Yeah.
I still think that's going to be his undoing, like that he hasn't got a witness on the stand and he's just doing these out of context clips. I mean, there are laws in Massachusetts against what he's doing for a reason.
Yeah.
Like, how that's not highly prejudicial is unbelievable. At least the defense should have the same right as the prosecution. So they should be allowed, when it comes to the defense's turn, to do their own clips with context either side.
Yes, that's exactly it, Compo. If you keep them all separate, they don't blend together so much and stand out. That's exactly what Whiffen's doing with the data. Doesn't want you to see all the data together in one timeline. He's trying to separate all the data out and talk about only this data until he's finished talking about it, and then talk only about that data so that you can't put the timeline together. So I feel like that's exactly what they're doing. Does it tick you off? Does it tick off all y'all when Brennan makes stupid claims about not getting discovery things, when we all know how they did even worse at the defense?
Yes.
It sure does. To be honest, I feel like Brennan is less monotone than Lally.
He's just whiny.
But because he's whiny, that makes it harder to listen to. So I think that's why everyone's saying, well, bring Lally back, because he wasn't as whiny, but he was like more accusatory. And I felt like the way Lally just laid things out as if it was just black and white, that was more frustrating than Brennan being whiny. Because whiny just makes him look like he's chucking his binky in the ring, doesn't it?
Yeah, I laughed when I saw that post years earlier.
I couldn't believe he was binkying again. He was.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. And Bev was like, I'll give you the floor if you like, Mr. Bringing In. It's like, no, don't. Just fucking rule. And then, of course, she gives him the floor to finish everything he had to say, but then she cuts off Alessi, like won't let him say anything. So you can tell it's just a PR stunt. She's running a PR fucking campaign from the bench. It's very annoying.
The biggest thing is how little recourse you have with judges if you get a bad one.
Right. I don't either, Duck. I would rather stay the hell away from Massachusetts. People are like, come to Massachusetts. You'll love it. It's like, no, thank you. I'll just stay home.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ali was understated misdirection. Right. There was a lot of misdirection with Lally, but he said it black and white. He didn't have to throw his binky at the freaking judge every time he opened his mouth. So I just find that so much more frustrating than the way Lally was doing things. Hanky using the same tactics he used in Whitey Bulger trial. Indeed, Lonsole. Indeed. Indeed. All right, boys and girls, we've been here for 4 hours. It's time to get the F out of here. We're getting the hell out of Dodge now. All right, everyone.
What is it? What is it? Dr. Wolf said that he's got a timesheet. We'll have to fill in the timesheet, Michelle.
Yep. Yep. You'll be getting the bill.
All right. Send me
All
the
right,
details.
Ozzy.
Thank you very much for joining me today and making this a little bit of fun towards the end. Much appreciated.
Our pleasure.
Thanks for the invite. Thanks, everyone.
And thanks for coming up, Michelle. I really appreciate that because you know I've been trying for ages to put
I
these
know you've been
idiots in their place.
Yeah, you've been busting your guts to get me up. Here I am. I'm real. I'm not anyone else.
It only took like what? How long is this thing going on now? 6 months?
I fucking forget how long. I wasn't even
It
counting.
was since November or some shit.
But they're still accusing you to this day of being me, right?
Well, I don't. Probably. I just don't watch them. Oh, yeah, Scabby put up something the other week.
No.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
No, she can say what she wants.
Absolutely. I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm joking. I was waiting for her to bite back.
She still tried to imply that I was Miss Shorty, and I just let her go. I know I might have actually commented, but I have not looked at anyone else. It was only because she got called, the TV called her out, and I had to fucking laugh.
That was
15
funny.
minutes of fame is fading.
Right. Some people only got 15 minutes in them.
Well, that's it. There's one trick pony too. That's the other side of it.
Right. All right, guys. I appreciate you coming up and keeping us entertained for the last couple of hours. And
Yes, Corn Pope.
Sorry?
All right.
Corn Pope's asking, am I the mod, Michelle?
That's her, the mod, Michelle. With
I'm the mod,
fancy
not the
decorative-
super mod, not to be confused with Cavi, the super mod. I'm just
Go on.
mod.
I'll share the title with you for at least for tonight, Michelle.
You're all my super mods. You all are. Just Kevy's always like keen in the background. Can I do this? Can I do that? Let's do
No,
this.
Kevy's good. Kevy's great. I'm quite happy for him to be the super mod.
Yeah, he kicks ass.
Yeah.
Well deserved, Kevy. Well deserved.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all in agreement. It's well deserved.
Yeah, but you see, titles are one thing, but it's the paychecks the other one. You know, it's
No,
they have to
Kevy, you
match,
get paid
you know?
with love.
Fill out the timesheet.
We laugh at your jokes. Like, come on, that's enough. Isn't it?
Oh, that's touchy there, that one.
All right,
Yeah,
boys
what was
and
it? What was it Ozzy said last night about Glen Lake? We need more funny people in the chat. Without Glenn, we have nothing.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Right.
I was highly offended.
Yeah, me too, actually, because I think I'm quite funny myself.
Yeah.
Glenn's the class clown, and you guys all come in ringer. No,
Anyway.
you'll make me laugh, to be honest. But he's just so like on it all day, every day. Like I just don't think that guy has like a sad day. He's just always on it.
That's the power of Sweet Mary Jane, Tina.
Oh no, I'm
you
sure
can always tell at what level Glenn's at by how funny and out there the jokes become.
Right.
He'll tell you himself in chat.
Carol M wants a guitar pick.
Oh, that I can fix for her. Where is she?
On the screen now. You can have a guitar pick. And all I do is bring plebeian style letters from X, hands in head, shame. No, Corn Pope. We know what you're doing behind the scenes.
You're
it's
valuable, Corn Pope.
Yeah. And we can talk about it soon. One day we can
probably the least one here that does anything.
It's a little while away before we can talk about Corn Pope, but I'm sure she's going to come up and talk to us eventually.
Maybe we do a mods thing some night, a meet the mods thing. You can
meet
bring
the
all of them up.
mods. Bloody perfect.
Yeah.
Let's do it. You'll have all the bubbles on the screen. All the bubbles.
My bubble.
I actually got my bridges. I got temporary bridges fixed up so I can actually turn the camera on. But I'm not going to do it while people are still making fun of Jen's tooth. So
right, okay. We'll jump on that, Michelle. Right, no mentions of tooth in the chat anymore.
No more tooths.
Yeah,
but I'm not going on camera ever.
Mentioning tooth gets you
the
kicked.
tip right now.
Personally, I don't have a problem because I don't have any teeth. But anyway.
No, I don't. Work reasons, I won't. There's no way I'm going on camera.
No, you don't need to go on camera. We'll do a mods day, and it'll just be all bubbles, all the bubbles.
Okay.
We'll have to get you better. We'll have to get you a thumbnail though.
Yeah, I noticed that when I hopped up. I didn't have my fat ass on there, which was good. I've got to work out how to stick the back of my head up there.
Are you still sitting there? Are you sitting there in the nutty? Are you?
Carol M's deadly serious. She wants a real pick, a real guitar pick.
If she wants a real, where are you, Carol?
Are you a member yet, Carol? Let me have a look if you're a member.
No, she's not highlighted, I don't think. She must have dodged my member bullet yesterday.
There's nothing special about the picks I have. They're just shop bought picks.
Shall I do some more and see whether I can get her in there?
Oh, we could do that for the merch store, Ozzy.
Merch store? Wait, what?
Yeah. We need to get an Aussie.
Fucking YouTube channel. What are you talking about?
We need to get a Corey. Corey's your man. Get him designing a few T-shirts and hats and picks and cups and.
Yeah, let's see if I can get Carol in the membership.
Oh, hang on to your hat, Carol. Drum roll.
I like it when we get people that are actually in the stream.
It was brilliant, Tom. It was brilliant, Tom CPU popping up the last night, and you hit the gift, and he was the first one that got one.
Oh, Michelle.
No.
Corn Pope, Eddie Purdy, Charlie Glynn.
No, I missed everyone.
Tall Glass.
I just Corn Pope. Not Corn Pope.
And Bevan Baker.
Well, two of the 5 are in the chat tonight, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why. I thought it was only supposed to be people who are actually watching.
No.
Anybody that's sub to you.
I don't know why I can't give them away anymore.
That's stupid. You should be able to give away to the person that owns the channel. YouTube and agree again.
For the first, hang on, I could be just clicking on the wrong thing. No, not super chats.
Just look at Michelle go.
Where's memberships?
Well, I'm not going to keep going until I get her in.
Who did that one? Joey Kane did that one night. He just kept going and going and going to try and give somebody a membership.
Joey Bag of Donut. No, Joey.
Joey Kane.
Yeah, Kane. Okay, who got the second round? Susan, you are in. Emily Hart. KT.
KT's regularly in.
For you, and Jeanne. Yeah, I thought it was 2 Corn Pope, but not. The point of doing this so that Carol M understands is that if you get a membership, you can go to the members area and join the Discord and give us your address that way.
Yeah, DMs.
Oh, sorry, I tried.
But yeah, otherwise I don't give out emails because of that. You know, that email we just read out aloud? That's why I don't give out my emails. Plus, I end up with like 10,000 messages. Did you see Bev just nod at so-and-so? It's like, yeah, can you not just email me all at once? The same thing. It just gets too much at my end, and I've got too much on my hands to field 10,000 emails a day. So.
Yeah, Carol was just saying that she's seen them, the memberships going to ones in chat. I've been watching for a few channels, and I think it was you, Michelle, a couple of nights ago or last week. That was the first time I seen all 5
Yeah,
gift in
first
chat
time ever.
at the time. First time I've ever seen that.
But Carol, have you know you've got to go into your settings and accept memberships too?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, actually turn on membership gift acceptance or something, isn't it?
Yeah, you go into, what have you got? Are you on iPhone, or I don't know how to do the iPhone one. You got to go out.
I just went to you on X. You do. We level each other out, actually, Cornpo, because I went to you occasionally too. All right, that's it. We're done. We're going. We're out of here, boys and girls. Shall we have an outro song?
Yeah, might as well.
Might as well. Did you find your favorite outro song at all, Michelle?
No, the second you said that, I went, oh, fuck.
Could you play, actually? I don't know if you'd be able to get away with a copyright strike. Your niece's video that you shared with us before.
My niece's video.
Is it your niece?
Yeah, your cousin. Cousin?
Your cousin.
The one who had the car accident.
Yeah, it does the TED Talks.
The singer.
No, I probably will get a copyright strike. Yeah, I don't have access to it as a permission for it, so and I'm not close to that side of the family either, so I'm be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if she knew I had a YouTube channel, to be honest. So let me go.
Yeah, very often it's not even up to the artist, it's the companies behind them to pull the strikes.
Let's raise some hell. Let's do that.
Oh, a bit of death metal or something, is it?
No. Let's raise some hell. Go over to here. Share this one. We have an outro song, boys and girls. All right, I'm going to move us all off the screen. We can still hear each other, though, okay? So,
all righty. Thank you. See you, everyone. Take care.
All right. See you, Michelle.
See you, Kevin. See you, Ozzy.
See you, Ozzy. Take care.
See you, Chatteramas.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Outro is starting. Whoop, hit the volume.
Living in a world where we shout. Locked down, she cries for release. Hope's buried, but she won't cease. Chains clatter against broken dreams. Blood and tears in repressive streams. Struggle burning in her eyes. Justice cries while freedom tries. Free Karen Reed, sound the alarm bell. Fight the fight, the race uphill. Free Karen Reed, break the chains now. She won't rest till she's free somehow. Crowds gather in the midnight heat. Voices rising in the dirty street. No more silence, freedom's plea. Hands united for Karen's decree. Steel bar shadows, they are home. This fight ain't one she'll do alone. Echoes ring as we lift her name. Victory kiss kiss and the lips of flame. Free Caroline, sound the alarm bell. Fight the fight, gonna raise some hell. Free Caroline, break the chains now. She won't rest till she's free somehow. Free Caroline. Crowds gather in the midnight heat. Voices rising in the dirty street. No more silence, freedom's plea. Hands united for Kara's decree. Steel bar shadows ain't our home. This fight ain't one should do alone. Echoes ring as we lift her name. Victory kiss in the lips of flame. Free Caroline, sound the alarm bell. Fight the fight, gonna raise some hell. Free Caroline, break the chains now. She won't rest till she's free somehow.
Wee woo, wee woo. Good night, everyone.